I
And
don't know what else
next,
people say. So
no, it's alright. Alright, next we have someone who you might be familiar with. Actually, is it someone or is it no one?
Someone.
I know. So introduce yourself.
Hello there, gnolls, knackers, and gnomes. This is Theseus right here. Just in the robes, in the ground.
Hmm. And then next to someone we have Lucas.
Yo, it's me.
Yes, it's you.
I will be playing Sai.
And last but not the least, we have Lee. Sorry.
Yes, it's fine. Hail, I'm YS, also known as Lee. I'll just say it right now. I'm pretty fucking stupid, so be ready for that. I'll be playing the half-elf sorcerer Beef because I'm a simpleton.
All right. So let's prepare for some shenanigans. Let's start session 0.1. Why the point one, you ask? Because we had session 0 and it failed miserably. But we're still gonna continue and soldier on. All right.
Somehow.
So, what happened last time? So, last time you guys found the camp. Uh, we had Theseus and Sai investigate the tent, not exactly finding anything that useful from it. Um, you guys noticed that this camp is rather fresh. There was still a fire burning. Well, it used to be burning before it got extinguished by a falling tree. So relatively, the tent. Luckily, the tent wasn't damaged when the tree fell down due to the antics of both Sai and Theseus. Jenny, despite her best efforts, was not able to prevent the two from chopping down this rather, shall we say, I wouldn't say ancient, but considering the size of the tree, it would have been rather old by this point in time. And yeah, so you guys are now in the camp. You are, or should I say, what's the word? You are now preparing for the nighttime activities that you will be partaking in. You notice that one of your companions, um, it seems to be rather missing. I know you haven't met, like you haven't really formed any bonds, but he's gone for some outlandish reason. You don't know where he went. You don't know what he's doing. But as you guys are preparing for this night, I would like Sai, Theseus, and Jenny. I would like you three to roll me perception checks. All right. Theseus and Jenny. Okay. So Theseus and Jenny, the both of you, you guys hear like a bit of crunching. It seems like someone is walking towards the camp. Uh, you're not entirely sure if this is actually a person or another bear, since the bear did come from the woods. But you hear what seems to be footsteps that approaching the camp. And with this one, uh, Fuzzy, would you mind describing what your character looks like? Because in the next moment, they are seeing
Me
Maximilian
emerging from the wood. All right.
emerging from the woods.
Yeah. So emerging from the woods is pretty much standard sized humanoid figure with lavish clothing, shield on one side, um, and holding a spear, almost using it as a walking stick. Um, alongside him, you see glints of metal that seems to follow him, but they're close to the ground. One appears to be quadruped, the other one being some type of bird sitting on the quadruped's haunches.
More meat. You just see this 6'2" blue orc with long blonde hair. That's covered in basically black ragged clothes, and also bear blood right next to a mushed up bear corpse, just grinning at you hungrily.
I I th- I think this person is a little bit more person than that bear was.
Bear, you're confusing me for a bear.
He is, respectfully.
Do I look like a bear to you?
You look like you could buy a bear.
Who would buy a bear? For what purpose? You're a
Ride
strange
it,
lad.
eat it, ride it and eat it.
Interesting. Hmm.
Alright.
Didn't mean to surprise you all. Just seemed to have been some clamor beforehand, and I figured to try to investigate.
All right. So Maximilian, as you
Yep.
take a look around, you find that the camp actually that you own, that you set up earlier in the day. Um, so you find like the seating in the fire has been destroyed. It's gone. It's not there anymore. However, you see, but you're able to just see, barely see over the fallen tree. You still see like the tent still pitched and up, like the you still see the roof of the tent, so you think to yourself that it might still be relatively unscathed. Hopefully your tools, your books, and like everything else in there hasn't been damaged by this scuffle.
I see you made yourselves at home.
Blame the gear maker.
Yes,
Gear.
we came here looking for a tree. Well, he did, and we were kind of following. If we
I'm
had
sitting somewhat excluded from y'all, having my own fire started and just chipping away on the branch.
Ooh. So you just see Sai over there who's been chipping away with the branch. What are you using to chip away at it?
A dagger.
Chipping away at the tree with his dagger, trying to start a fire.
And this is Sai doing that?
Yep.
Okay. I mentioned because I see two Jennies
Yes, for
token.
some odd reason, size.
Can you delete the token again and drag it again?
Yeah,
Let me drag it
let
on
me
that thing.
delete
one of the top.
Jenny's tokens, both of them that I can see, and I'm just going to like yeet them off the board. Just drag your tokens back in.
There's Jenny.
So is this Jenny?
I. It looks like Jenny for me. This one
Yeah, it
here.
looks like Jenny to me too.
I haven't dragged mine in yet.
Yeah.
And am I coming from the north?
You're coming from here, the south. Let me ping it. Oh wait. Here's my DM screen. Sorry. Here we go. Pinging.
Okay. Let me drag myself there then.
Oh, I think I know where the issue is. Have you by any chance named your token underline 1?
Why would probably?
Yeah, because I have the same name and you overwritten my token. That's why it now has your token in it.
Yeah. Please re-upload your token with a different name.
Yeah.
And because that one still looks like Jenny. This one.
You'll just so like once he replaces the token, I'll delete
Mhm.
the one for Psy, which is I think this one, and then he'll just need to drag it back in once he replaces the token. Let me actually just delete the token now. There we go. Yay, troubleshooting.
Technical difficulties.
Please stand by.
Yes.
Ah, there we go.
There we go.
As if by magic.
Yeah.
Whoops. All right. So, let's resume. So you guys see Sai over there, just using his dagger. He is slowly chopping, like getting shards from the tree. Slowly just chipping away at it in order to presumably make a fire. So Sai, I want you to roll me survival.
For the
Uh,
preparation or for lighting the fire?
the preparation. Let's see how good you are with like getting wood from that tree using your dagger.
Yeah.
17. So you see Sai over there. You see Sai just slowly chipping away at the wood. He is actually expertly being able to carve like sticks from it, enough to light a fire and enough for fuel. So he's slowly just generating this pile of sticks straight off from the wood of the tree.
And I still haven't noticed the newcomer. Just
So
FYI. No, I'm saying I haven't.
mhm.
Too focused on working. Too far away.
Yes, because apparently Sai has decided to chip away at another tree instead of like the fallen one near the camp.
I just would have taken branches off it and drag it over there and prepare it.
Your token is too far from the tree, but okay. Sorry.
Well, I would go over, take a branch, take it over, and then make the branch smaller and smaller and smaller.
Fair enough. All right. So as you three are getting acquainted, the Sai is very busy trying to make a fire for presumably himself and you guys.
You will excuse me, I'm sure. And I walk over to the tent,
All right.
trying to assess damage, content, missing
So
item.
so you walk over to the tent, Maximilian, and you find the tent relatively intact. The entrance, you see like the metal rods that is propping up the entrance. They're a bit bent due to a few of the branches hitting the entrance of the tent, but it's not it's not like unrepairable. The tent is still standing, so you can either try straightening the rods back up, or you can replace them altogether. But for the night, this tent will hold if you were to use it. There is no risk of the tent just collapsing on itself. As you take a look at, sorry, as you take a look at inside the tent, you see your bedroll, you see your books, you see firewood gathered earlier in the day, stacked neatly to the side. Um, you also see your lamp and everything else that you've brought with you. Nothing seems to be missing from in here.
All right. Would you allow mending to straighten the pole or make it hold better?
Mm,
It's not a true indication of the spell, but
if we go by the book, no, but I'll allow it.
okay. I'll spend the next minute casting mending.
Right.
I don't know why it played twice because I only click once.
Yeah, it's rather sensitive, I think. But yeah.
Hmm.
All right.
There we go.
So Maximilian casts mending. You see, like Maximilian slowly just for lack of a better term, stroking the rods straight. So you see, if anyone were observing what's happening with it at the entrance of the tent, you would see Maximilian just stroking the rods back to their original positions. So the
Actually,
rod.
I would use the hammer from my smithing tools
Ah, okay.
and
Hammer.
banging on it. Yes.
All right. So
But
instead,
not against anything. I'm banging it as I'm holding it with the other hand.
I see. All right. So you hear like the okay. So
Clink,
instead,
clink.
what happens is you guys hear the small clink, clink, clink as a hammer is striking what sounds to be metal as Maximilian begins straightening up the rods of his tent so that they're not bent from the impact of the tree. And after you're done, Maximilian, you have now straightened the rods, and they're as sturdy as can be.
All right. Perfect. Sorry about that. Just wanted to make sure that everything was sturdy. Oh, hello there. And I noticed Sai on the other side.
Huh? Who the fuck are you?
My name is Maximilian of Habsburg. And who
It's
are
so
you?
long. Oh well, my name's Sai.
Welcome to my camp.
Your camp? Uh, um,
My camp, my tent.
uh,
Not my
My
tree.
camp.
we didn't do
My
that.
camp.
The tree already was there when we came here.
Wasn't there this morning.
Oh well, you know how forests behave. Sometimes there is trees just falling over, you know.
Bear fell from tree.
My troop and I will go to the base of the tree, try to recognize how it could have fallen.
All right. So Maximilian, as you and the others, well, go, you and your companions walk towards the base of the tree. You follow you follow the tree until you reach the end over here, and
Mhm.
you see right here is it seems that something has cut cleanly horizontally from the from top to bottom on on the trunk of this tree.
Naturally, huh? Hmm.
Well, not exactly natural, but
Yeah, that's what I rise about and turn around to the group and just have my one eyebrow cocked.
mm,
Naturally. Hmm.
Well, I don't know how it fell. It just was there.
Can I insight that?
go ahead.
So I want to find out how much is
Mm,
13.
13. Um, you feel like he is not
Can I do deception?
exactly okay.
How good I'm lying.
Yeah, you feel like he's not exactly telling the truth, but at the same time, like you're quite a bit unsure. Um, he seems to be
Hmm.
he seems to be being honest about it, that he has no idea. But at the same time, he might suspect why the tree has fallen. He might know, he might not. Like it's kind of wishy-washy. It's kind of
Okay.
like even like he's unsure of himself on why the tree fell, and he's
All
just
right.
presenting a confident answer to you.
All right. Well, since we cannot use where the campfire was, I guess we'll have to make another spot.
Right. And as you guys are preparing, since Sai has prepared the firewood, from within the forest, um, let's see, give me a moment. From within the forest, Jenny and actually Maximilian, if you don't mind, performing a perception check as well.
10.
All right, yeah. So it's really mainly Theseus and Jenny. From the forest, you guys are also seeing it's kind of like a small bit of light floating within the forest, and this bit of light is slowly getting larger as it seems like it's coming closer.
I run straight at it.
All right, so uh, you Theseus, you run just like straight at this light. And as you are running towards it, you are presented with a man somehow holding a ball of fire on his hand, and he seems to be just was he was walking towards you, towards the camp, towards the clearing. Lee, please introduce your character.
So I guess I'll describe this then. In front of you stands a decently tall, I'd say 5'6", maybe taller, but if so, only by an inch. Tall man with dark brownish hair and I guess just typical. Hold on, let me pull up my in character. Get this description off. Good. Inventory. In just typical traveler clothing, not really very extravagant, but not per se poor either. Upon upon appearing, I guess, he sees you and doesn't really, I guess, how do I word this? uh,
Keep in mind
he
this is a
doesn't say anything.
6'2" orc covered in blood.
Rushing at you.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Immediately upon seeing you, he will not no fear in his eyes, but instead he'll just get ready, almost take up a kind of fighting stance, if you will, with the flame in his hand glowing brighter, bigger.
I just stop a little bit from you and then present you with some bear meat just attached to a crowbar.
I will continue not to say anything, but upon seeing the offer of the meat, just quietly stop preparing to attack and carefully take the meat from you and just put the orb of fire underneath it and basically just start cooking it in my hand. If I can do that, anyways.
Yeah. So, Theseus, you watch as Beef. Yeah, you watch as
Yep.
Beef takes the piece of meat from the crowbar and just like begins cooking it uh by the fire in his hand. I want you to, yeah, I want you to roll me a survival check, please, Beef.
Okay. Survive. I'd be set down here. Normal.
Actually, make it a dex saving throw.
Uh. Sorry, what?
Dex save?
Well, I mean, that's technically for you to decide. I'm just mostly figuring. Remember, I still am not used to this site, so.
Yep. Yeah, on your character sheet, it's gonna be at the top.
There we go, I figured it out.
Yep. Yeah, upper left section, saving throws. Okay. So, you watch Theseus as he begins cooking the meat. The meat gets hotter and hotter, and then it sizzles. It begins sizzling because it's fresh bear meat. It's still fatty. So, these slowly but surely, you feel this meat like it's getting hot, really, really hot to the touch as you are cooking it, holding the meat above the fire in your hand. And eventually, you feel it beginning to burn your skin. And
Alright, yeah.
you don't, what?
Alright.
Hmm.
But never mind, continue.
And you throw it, you let go of it rather quickly, or almost as quickly as possible. So in between you and Theseus is now this piece of bear meat, still sizzling quietly. It's still hot, and it's starting to smell good too. Or it was starting to smell good. Now it's cooling.
I go to bite it.
All right. So you watch you watch Theseus just like dive to the ground, taking a bite of this uh not exactly cooked meat, so it's really rare in this case.
Mhm.
I'm not eating it. I'm biting it.
Yeah, yeah, and not saying you're eating it. You just bite it. You're just taking a bite at it.
And then I run back to the fire to finish cooking it.
And then you just see him run away. And back at the camp,
I'm
I'm assuming
Uh,
has someone even
someone.
started
Why is someone knocking on my door?
uh okay, so back at the camp, what are you guys doing as Theseus just runs off?
I would
What a
have started
strange
my
lad.
fire.
Sorry?
I would have started my fire in the meantime.
All right. So, yeah. Sai, you've started your fire. You've gathered your wood. And I'm assuming Maximilian, Jenny, what are you both doing?
I will go and, along with my crew, to the forest, try to grab a few logs
Mm-hmm.
to try to reproduce where my fire camp was,
All right.
and then drag
So,
them over.
so Maximilian, you go until the edge of the forest. You see, you see rather that Theseus was talking to someone, or at least it appeared that they're talking to someone. You see, Theseus was handing this person a, or not exactly handing. I guess the best term though for it was just presenting this piece of meat, bear meat, on what you assume was some metal object from your vantage point. So you go to pick up the log, and you see this interaction, and you see this whoever this stranger is grab the meat and begin just cooking it on the fire in their hand.
Hmm, that is interesting. Right. Well, maybe someone else grab the log and drag it over.
Hmm. So you grab the log, you're driving it over, and now you have seating around the fire. What about you, Jenny? What are you doing?
Jenny just sat herself down next to the fire. Um, Gotten to the point where she's convinced that at least 5 or 6 more people are going to emerge from the woods at this point. And is just letting Theseus greet them in his own special way
Hmm.
before coming over here. But she's just sitting and kind of watching the fire get built, not really helping in any way.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're also not intending to get some bear meat, aren't you?
It's I don't really eat meat so much, so
Well, that makes the two of us. But I'd say I would eat meat, but do you know what fucking bears eat and what insects they have in their insides and how poisonous the meat can be? I don't take risks.
I'm just not that hungry in general, I don't think. But well, I suppose we looks like we're staying here for a little bit longer.
Yeah, probably to spend the night.
Really?
No, I don't know. I mean, we can't really walk around in these forests at night. It's not, let's say, a good idea.
You keep saying that, but a lot of people keep emerging to a point.
Well, maybe that's the reason why I'm saying it, that it isn't the safest thing. I can just tell what the people told me when I went out here for the little quest I had. That people were just telling me that these woods aren't necessarily safe ground. I assume there mean random people showing up.
Not the bears.
Maybe it was person too?
Well, I have no reason to stay here. Really.
Well, me neither.
Unless-
I got my stick.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think we need to stay here any longer.
Well, you worked so hard to build this fire.
I assume you're not venturing out because walking around in the dark woods at night might not be smartest idea.
There's a lot of things that go bump in the night. Or you get a tree to fall on you.
I mean, a tree falling would also go bump, I suppose.
Well, probably more you going, ah! But that's, neither here nor there.
But what are you doing in these woods anyways with your little camp here? Isn't it like forbidden to live in the woods here?
Oh, I'm just passing by. It just was a place to relax.
And why are you not on any main roads then and venturing through a dense forest?
It's for some strange reason I figured it could be maybe safer. Like not a lot of people would venture in the woods rather than the roads, so brigands would tend to go for the people on the roads.
Well, and here we are.
Yeah, that's
Why,
what
you're
we've
brigands?
experienced today. we've met
And
a lot of people very suddenly in this woods.
and while this talk is ongoing, you just see Theseus suddenly rush from the forest, meat in hand, and he just drops it on the fire.
And we'll say
No, I stick it on
when
my crowbar first.
All right, he sticks it on his crowbar and then begins just cooking it by the fire.
And we'll say that when Theseus ran off in our encounter earlier, after a short couple seconds of being like, the fuck just happened, I'll silently follow behind where he ran off, so.
Uh huh. So now you find someone who's holding what seems to be a flame in his hand, following Theseus. I've like a couple paces behind.
I'll stand up at the ready in case the flame guy does something funny.
Upon noticing the camp and seeing they have a fire set up, I'll extinguish my own orb and just give a silent wave.
And who the fuck are you now? What is with
Is
these woods?
is
Oh.
grease hands.
What?
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 Fuck it. Hey, I'm Beef. I know my way around fire magic. I was just exploring these woods trying to figure out where the fuck I am, and then this one just ran up on me and handed me a piece of meat. I don't even know anymore.
Well, you are in the woods, lad. So that's step one.
I think I got that much. Question is, what woods of what well, just what woods? Most woods are named, at least those close enough to a settlement.
How the
So I
fuck
know
is it that 3 people I met recently don't know the fucking place you're at?
It's right next to Lorien Academy. Maybe.
Sure, whatever works.
Not be fucking serious. It's the Torrentim Forest. You should know the place where you're in.
No.
Holy shit.
Did you also just sort of teleport here?
Presumably, I was sleeping in an inn, and then I wake up in the middle of the woods, nowhere near anything that I could recognize. I've been wandering through these woods for a good few hours now.
Oh,
You
that
sleep
could be...
teleport?
It's interesting disease.
Never saw that before.
Well, I hear stories about a person randomly not able to control their abilities of teleportation, and they suddenly just blink here, blink there, without really controlling it.
I guess that's technically a possibility, though I've stayed away from teleportation magic, at least for the time being. That's something for a later date.
Oh, well, yeah, you should keep your hands off that. I hear the same person I was just talking about teleported into a wall and died horribly.
Hmm.
Well, that was a fun end to that story. Thank you very much.
Well, only the arm was
Oh,
sticking out of the wall and was just falling off, and you just could see it slide over the wall.
I don't.
Teleport into bear and kill it from inside.
Sure, buddy. You eat your meat.
Start gnawing on the crowbar instead of the perfectly cooked meat.
hey, sure, whatever. And I'll just walk my way over to the camp, sit myself down. If there's no room on that log, then just on the floor. I don't really care. And just sit.
I think
You
there
said fire magic.
several several logs around the fire.
Okay, yeah, then one of the logs, I guess. I still don't have my token, and I still don't know how to set that up.
You just drag your character sheet to the board.
What?
So on the party, on the actors list, just drag your character sheet to the board. It'll automatically generate the token for you.
Ah, okay.
And there you go.
I haven't properly set up the token texture yet. I'll do that probably later on. I know how to get my way around some things. So we'll go over there. All right.
So, do either of you two, presumably you're not here by, well, one of you is here by choice. Do you have somewhere you are actually trying to go to?
Me?
You go first. Beat, was it?
Yes. To be honest, no specific exact place. I've just been venturing around villages and towns and woods and ruins for a time now, learning my ways around my own magics and things of that sort. Your typical trying to become a better sorcerer type deal.
Sorcerer,
Nerd.
you say? Yeah, the world needs nerds every once in a while.
What you're thinking about is wizards. They train to get their magics. I don't know what fucking happened. One day I woke up and realized I could just summon a fireball in my hand.
Yeah,
As long
there's
as you
worse
don't do
things.
it in your sleep.
So far hasn't happened yet, so
But you did randomly teleport in your sleep. So let's not put it off the table.
unless
So,
that wasn't even my magic, I still don't know any teleportation spells of my own. Excuse me. But whatever, that doesn't matter. Anyways, what of you?
oh, I'm just roaming around the world, learning about technologies and tinkering with few things like TRV-15 here or H007. Oh, he's better known as Travis and Hoot, faithful
What?
companions.
Why? Why Travis?
Well, this TRV-15. Just
Does the
after how
15
many
mean you
times
failed
again?
14 times and made him on the 15th or what?
No, I succeeded 14 times, but they ended up in a weird situation to defend me. But so far, Travis has been a very resilient companion, and I pat
Is
his
it
head.
alive?
In a manner of speaking,
Holy shit. I
it
never
can
could have.
understand you.
I never made a weapon capable of sentience.
Go. Both of those are quite smart.
Oh, I might can learn a few notches of your skills. 'Cause I'm actually a blacksmith here with a quest to forge a axe, I think, for a wizard, whatever he needs that for.
What would a wizard have a need for an axe?
Yes, he was a weird student of the Larian Academy that just asked me to bring him a axe that could be as steady as possible if he hits very hard things with it. I haven't questioned it.
Are you
I,
sure you don't want to start questioning it
Not really.
before you give him
He's
the wood?
paying me fairly decent, and I'm just doing what I'm tasked with.
Interesting. Have you found that axe?
Oh well, I found a branch that I will use as a handle because the axe head I already have forged, so I just need a very sturdy handle that I tried to find in here, in these woods, because I was told it is very good and very sturdy materials in here, and the trees are rather big, some of them, like that one that accidentally just somehow fell over this camp of yours.
Right.
And so yeah, I got my stick here, presenting the branch that I cut off a tree. And all I have to do is bring it in shape. And then make the marriage of handle and blade.
Ah, well, I know a few things about forging and whittling and things like that, so Maybe I could be of assistance.
I'd rather not. It is learning for me as I'm on a trip to enhance my craft.
As you wish, lad.
If you pay closer attention to my character or to Sai, you see a very, very intricate and decorated glaive that is on his back, or now probably onto his next to him, leaning on the log or something.
Hmm.
I'll also point out that once he was done talking and once other people started talking, Beef would cast Control Fire and basically just start playing with the campfire, like just mess around with it, not put it out, not expand it, but just like make form some things in it. Basically practice with the fire control manipulation thing for while listening to the stories, kind of like you would with like an ADHD toy or something.
I would just stare into the fire, seeing how it shifts.
All right. So you guys are now staring at this fire. Just enjoying each other's company as the night passes by. Are you guys going to do rotations, or are you just all just going to be surrounding the fire and passing the night away?
I'm going to be first watch because I'm still cooking up all this bear meat.
And you're not sharing?
Oh, I'm just throwing bear meat at people as I finish cooking them, including the dog and the owl.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. So Theseus settles in for the first watch as you guys are just surrounding the fire, enjoying its warmth as the fire just continues burning the wood gathered by Sai. Anyone else joining Theseus for the first watch?
I'd join in the first watch. I'd probably start shaping the branch into the handle during my watch.
All right.
My crew
Reed?
and I
I'm sorry.
will head over to the tent.
All right.
I let Hoot and Travis into the tent proper, and I would try to sneak out to go to the tree that's behind it and climb it.
All right. So Maximilian, you walk towards the tent and leaving Hoot and Travis inside as you sneak out and climb
Place
the tree,
myself on the
perch yourself in the tree.
crooks of a tree and relax there.
Uh-huh. What about you, Beast? What are you doing?
Aleytia is muted.
We did it. We killed the DM.
Whoops.
We stunned the DM into silence.
Yep.
Wow.
We broke her.
Actions have consequences or something like that.
No. Oh my god. Okay, anyway. Sorry. Wait, what did you hear?
Nothing.
Oh my god. All right, so yeah, you guys see Maximilian go to the tent, leaving Hoot and Travis inside as he
Mhm.
perches himself in as he sneaks out and then perches himself in the tree near the tent. What
Can I
about
really sneak out?
considering there's a large log in front of this tent
Okay.
and no one has even bothered to
Look
uh
this way.
well, not really look, like no one has really bothered to like prune the branches and then the leaves and then whatnot. It's like rather easy for you to sneak out of the tent.
Okay, perfect.
Like there's no, like in terms of visibility, you're fully just covered.
Okay.
So, Beef, what are you doing?
Huh?
Are you sleeping? Are you joining the first watch? What you doing?
Ah, no, I'm going to bed, bro.
All right, so Beef falls asleep, leaving Theseus
Yeah.
and Sai in the camp.
And oh,
Oh my god, there's two
Sorry,
Aleytias.
sorry.
There's two of them.
All
They're
right,
Two of them now.
multiplying.
should be good now. Okay, hello. All
If
right,
you
should be
cut
good
off
now.
the head,
No, no,
they
no, 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 no,
multiply.
no, no. Don't worry about that. I'm just moving a few things in. So yeah, what are you doing? Theseus in.
Well, as I said, I'm just starting to make the handle out of the branch.
I'm just cooking all the bear meat till there's no more to cook.
Okay. Just to confirm. Okay. All right. So, I want you both to do me perception checks.
At
Okay.
20.
Ah. The thing about that natural 20 is that. So, let me just roll this. It's rather unfortunate, really, for a natural 20 to appear this early. So, you both perform your watch. The night sky gets darker and darker as you cook the meats one by one, Theseus. Occasionally, Theseus, you offer meat towards Sai. Sai, do you accept any? I don't know.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you.
Yep, occasionally Theseus occasionally offers meat to Sai, and the two of them sit in companionable silence by the fire until the 2 hours passes by in rather relative peace. And that is the end of the first watch. Are you both going to continue, or are you both just going to...
Oh, I go and take my my sleeping bag and just go near the branches of the fallen over tree and somewhat get cover from that, and then just pluck myself down there.
Alright, so you guys, well, Theseus, you see Sai just go over to the fallen tree, move a few branches here and there out of the way to lay his bedroll down. And you see him just lay down, letting the branches fall back into place. And he's basically semi covered from the tree. What about you, Theseus? What you doing?
I go over to Jenny and shake her awake with my crowbar.
All right, Jenny. Sorry, I think I forgot to call on you.
Is it just the
Jenny?
two of us?
Yes. Everyone else
Second
is asleep.
watch.
True. Then yeah, Jenny will wake herself up or get woken up. And kind of move to somewhere near the fallen tree, just trying to get herself somewhere to sit.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't really have that much going on during the watch, but just sits and keeps an eye out.
I'm just
Alright.
drying out the air pelt during Jenny's watch.
You're what?
I'm drying out the bear pelt against the
Alright.
fire.
And you almost entirely shredded that thing with the net one.
I'm using what I got. It's a big bear.
Yeah.
Big bear.
So, Jenny, you perch yourself on. You manage to climb atop the trunk of the tree, and you perch yourself on top of it to sit down. So you take a look around the camp. You see the tent. Presumably, Maximilian has went inside to sleep. You don't see Sai anywhere, at least from your vantage point. You see Theseus is now proceeding on trying the pelts or whatever is left of the pelts of the bear. You see him grab scraps here and there, trying to dry it in the fire, occasionally placing in more sticks to to fuel the fire. And you see near Theseus, you see Peach just sound asleep on his bedroll. Now, both you, Theseus, and you, Jenny, I want you both to roll me a perception check. Theseus, yours will be a +5 since you did a natural 20 previously.
So that would be a nair 23. No, that'd be
Oh,
22.
so just okay. All right. All right. So Theseus, for you, and at a lesser extent for Jenny as well. Uh, Theseus, from within the forest, you're hearing. You hear like sort of like growls. They're about, give or take, 30, 40 meters within the forest. They're close to the camp, but they're not coming any closer. Mainly, presumably, because of the fire. Occasionally, the both of you, you and Jenny, you hear the howls of what sound to be wolves in the distance. But this watch peacefully passes by. Alright, that is the end of the second watch. Cepheus, Jenny, what are you both doing?
I wake Beef up with my crowbar.
Jenny?
Who else is gonna watch? I can't remember.
Hello?
I'll just hope that's water.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's peeing.
That's water. That's water. That's water. That's water. I was pouring water. I didn't realize you guys could hear that. That's water. That's me pouring water somewhere. Don't worry about it. I'm
Uh,
transferring water to my what's this called? What's the best word for it?
Coffee
It's
pot.
kind of, yeah, it's a thermos. It's a thermos. It's a large thermos so that like I don't need to refill water later. Why am I sorry? Anyway, let's continue, shall we?
All right. And I guess by, I'm assuming you hit him with the crowbar, right?
Gently nudged you like I did with Jenny.
Okay, that's okay. That's not what I expected. So, in that case, hold on. Okay, then. That is not the time I would have expected to get a 20, but sure, whatever. Anyways, after your little nudge, Be'll get up and be like, "My watch." I'm assuming.
Yes.
Oh, right. And then he'll just get up, sit himself back on the log, and just start messing with the fire again.
You just see me huddle up against the log you were near, and I just fucking cuddle it like a teddy bear.
Mm,
So yeah, I'm cuddling the log you're sitting on.
cuddle.
What have I gotten myself into?
Mm. All right.
Oh
Anyone
yeah,
else
there's
doing
wolves,
anything?
by the way.
Whoops.
Wolves? Alright, I'll keep an eye out.
Good night. Oh yeah, Jenny's
Night.
also awake.
I figured.
All right. So, okay. Beth, Jenny,
Beth.
anything? Ah, sorry.
It's fine.
Beef.
The last
All right.
time I played a
Yeah.
character with this name, it was pronounced beef, it was pronounced beach, it was pronounced everything other than the correct way, so I'm
I
used to
mean,
it.
yeah. Here we go. Okay. So sorry about that. Anyway, Beef. Uh, you occasionally stroke the fire. You're
Hey, you.
occasionally you
Do
would
not
add
even.
add firewood to the flames so that it's not extinguished. Jenny, what are you doing?
For the sort of second part of Jenny's awake
Uh-huh.
phase, I think she'd kind of err on the side of wanting to know where those sounds were coming from more kind of accurately. So I think she'd probably spend a bit of time doing like a little just slow walk around the outside of the kind of clearing that's here. Just to kind of gauge whereabouts, if there's still any noises coming from anywhere in particular. He's quite a
Mhm.
perceptive individual.
All right. I'll take your perception check and then roll me survival. And you as well. Beef, roll me survival.
8.
No,
for
not
me.
survival. Perception. Sorry.
It's fine. I get it.
It's
Did
fine.
you want another perception from me? Or...
Perception.
Just the survival check, Jenny.
Cool.
Wait.
10,
Okay, never mind.
15.
Looking at one of my old
Ah.
rolls, but that wasn't great.
All right. So Jenny and Beef. So Beef, Theseus just told you that there were wolves, but during your watch, you don't really hear any howling. Like it's quiet. You hear cicadas just chirping away during the night. The occasional rustling of leaves, but that's about it. As for you, Jenny, uh, you walk around. You're still you hear the howling here and there, but um, as you walk around the clearing, you're not exactly able to determine which exact direction it's from. You know, it's coming from somewhere northward, but you're not entirely sure if it's actually there or maybe around northwest, northeast, but it's to the north. And eventually, Jenny, you circle the camp, and what else are you doing?
I think for the rest of the time, she's just doing as she was before, just kind of sitting with her back to the tree
Hmm.
and just quietly noting some things down to herself.
Alrighty, Maximilian,
Hmm.
you've been perched in the tree for a while.
Mhm.
What's happening with you?
I actually slept for 6 hours, intended to wake up in at the end of the 6th hour,
Hmm.
um, and just staying in my tree, relying on Travis to let me know if there's anything that pops up.
All right. So you wake up after 6 hours. After 6 hours of rest. It might be due to your um what? Sorry, something just suddenly turned on. Anyway, yeah, you wake up at exactly 6 hours due to your training yourself.
Hmm. Hmm.
So your internal clock is quite accurate, and so you wake up at the 6th hour and just in time to see Jenny finish, presumably circling the camp and walk back towards the fallen tree to lean on it. And at at the other end of the camp, you would see the fire is still going with beef still adding fuel to the fire.
Okay. I just moved a bit further on the branch that I'm on, keeping uh, sense of how thick it is so that it could
Hmm.
support my weight without any problem, and
Yep.
just stand there looking all around. I take lookout.
Yeah, so you slowly walk your way towards the end of the branch, and you hear it begin creaking. So you stop, and
Mhm.
just enough. You're not near the end. You're about a fourth of the way there.
Okay.
You're
Just
yeah.
enough to clear some of the foliage that would be
Yep,
blocking my view.
exactly. hmm
Hmm.
And you're able to see just nearly the entirety of the camp
Perfect.
from there. And I want you to roll me that perception check. See,
Okay. Boom. 21.
ooh, 21. All right.
Natural 20.
So from that, you are able to you're able to see the rest of the camp. Slowly but surely, everything is slowly. Time passes. Darkness is giving way slowly to the light, and eventually, the lights. You see the very first rays of sunrise. The night has passed peacefully for you all, and the sun is slowly peeking its way above the horizon.
Fantastic.
Yes.
I climb down and come back into the tent.
All right. As you come back into the tent, you just you see Travis and Hoot there faithfully waiting for you.
Mhm.
Jenny and Beef, what are you both doing? The sun is peeking out.
So, so, um, once the sun begins to rise, I'll make sure the fire is still running, but maybe like start extinguishing it, not entirely, but just shrink it a little, and then
Mm-hmm.
let's see. Travis, was that his name? I'm gonna be terrible at remembering names. This is just going to be a thing that's happening.
No worries. Travis is the dog.
Travis
Yes.
is the dog. I am stupid. Who was the freaking orc that was sleeping on the log
Theseus.
with the log?
Theseus.
Theseus. Blah. I'm stupid. And then I'll just kind of nudge Theseus, I guess. Just like nudge his shoulder or something.
I instinctively smack his hand away and continue sleeping.
Fuck it. If he's not gonna get up, I'm not gonna make him get up. And then I just get up and go see what's happening with everyone else. Probably start walking towards the big log that fell over.
All right, Jenny, you see Beef walking towards the log. You're on.
Good morning.
Morning. Even though we've been up
I
for a while, but
I was going to suggest not doing what you just did, based purely on previous interactions with Theseus, but I think you got away lucky with that. I kind of anticipated watching you get punched in the face, honestly.
it's whatever. If we really need to wake him, there's definitely better ways. Either way, it seems this, from what I can tell, this camp fell in the, or the bleh, I can't talk. This log fell in the middle of your camp or something. Do you need to move it or anything, or are you just gonna leave it there?
No, they cut it down. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing with it, but I don't think we need any more of it. I think Sai was the only one who was actually wanted it, and he's got what he wants. But I also think he's the only one that actually has a plan of what he's doing.
At a note of my name, you just see my head poking out of the foliage of the tree. Did I hear my name?
I wasn't talking about you.
I, why? You know what? I'm not gonna even ask.
Oh, well, you gotta always sleep somewhat protected, right?
He's like a dolphin.
Hey, what?
A dolphin.
What's a dolphin?
It's an animal that shuts half of its brain off when it's sleeping and keeps the other half awake.
Oh, very smart creature.
Yeah.
I knew about dolphins. I didn't know about that little factoid, though. Interesting.
Well, now you do. You've learned
Oh,
something.
is it morning already?
Unfortunately, yes.
Well, I can't really tell because it's always looking the same for me. Anyways, I'll get the fucking douchebag awake.
Be careful.
All right.
Morning, lads and lassie.
With morning starting to come, I'll walk over to the fireplace and then just use control fire and just put it out.
All right.
I
Yeah.
go over to Theseus.
You see me wake up as soon as the fire goes out.
Well, that would have happened probably a little bit before he extinguishes the fire. So I
Give
went
or
over
Never
there
take,
mind.
give or
before he
take, like
comes.
5 to 6 seconds. Yeah.
So when I get over to Theseus, I would just use prestidigitation to make a very, very smelly flavor just right below his nose and then just jump back 5 feet.
What
Okay.
does it smell like?
Shit. Like the worst kind of shit.
He does not wake up.
Not just poo, it's just dung shit.
He does
Right.
not wake up. He's
Well,
used to it.
I go back over. That didn't work.
And then
I'll
he-
I
and
I'll
then
use
and
the flavor of a flower field. Very rosy, and then jump back 5 feet again.
Okay. So CCS, you smell flowers.
He doesn't wake up, but you see a single tear shed from his face.
And while all this happening, Beef will wander his way over and just put the fire out. Like I said.
Yep.
And then I instantly wake up.
Punching.
So it was that
Morning.
easy then.
Would you fall back asleep if the fire would go on again?
Until I went to sleep.
Fair enough.
I
Well,
look around.
whatever.
Where's gold coin?
Where's what?
Max. Money
Yup.
bucks.
Money.
What?
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 Gold coin.
You sure the bear meat didn't poison you in any way and got to your brain?
No, I only ate one piece.
Well, if it's a bad piece, it could rot your brain.
Too late. But yeah, as you look around, you don't see a single piece of bear meat or bear hide to be seen.
Hey, where'd you store who cooked the meat? Or someone cooked the meat. Where'd you guys store it?
I kept it in my bag.
A ton of meat. Well, I don't really care. You do what with your meat whatever you want. Anyways, I don't know about you guys, but I will head back to the city. I'm not sure what your deal is with you two, but Fizz is here. I owe a meal, so he's coming with me. And the lady over there, Jenny, I think she wanted to accompany us too. I'm not sure.
Oh, well,
I mean,
can go back to this.
if you're heading for a city, I might as well go too.
Well, yeah, of course.
Mm.
Not just a random city. It's where the Lorien Academy is, the most pristine wizard academy in this continent. They make a
Interesting.
big fuss about it, the whole academy thing. Fucking snobs. I see them
Sounds
using
like
those
it.
shitty powders and snorting them. I saw
Smelly
that.
books.
But
Very
well,
smelly books.
you can make good coin of them.
Mm.
Well, let me break my camp, and I'll be ready in a few.
All right. So everyone eh, prepares to leave the camp. Maximilian, it doesn't really take you that long to break your camp and pack it up. Everyone now is everyone begins to get ready. The fire's already extinguished. No one has really laid out that much. Everyone packs their bedrolls, and yeah, it is now daytime. So you guys head over to the where the fire used to be and gather to presumably head towards Eloria. Or no, not Eloria, Loran Academy.
Yeah, seems to be. Jenny certainly is.
All right. So the sorry, my count is all wrong. I was like, what? All right. So everyone from the camp, you guys like begin trudging through the forest. It doesn't really take you guys that long to get out of the forest. From this camp that Maximilian has set up, the road isn't that far. So it doesn't take you, it just takes you like a few minutes, around 10-20 minutes to get to the roads. And once out of the forest, you guys are presented with the long roads toward that's headed to Loran Academy. Give me just a
Mm-hmm.
where is
Go where?
is
Oh, where?
okay, so apparently that map is gone for some reason. Okay. But yeah, you guys see an open road. So the road is paved. Well, not exactly paved. So you see that like as you walk towards the road, out of the forest onto the road, you see the road is rather well traveled, but it looks this looks like this road has experienced some modification, either by something. You see that the ground has been packed really well. It seems like something very heavy has passed through this road, making sure that no grass could grow from the on the road itself. You see that the grass is rather lively on either side, but on the road itself, there's not a single trace of grass. And from your vantage point, you guys, you see the winding road headed towards what looks to be a town. If you were to head northward, you guys are currently right about here. If Foundry will let me highlight, let me ping. I think I'm pinging, but it's because this map is so large, it's not showing the fucking ping.
Yeah, the map is way large. You need to see like the individual squares.
Yep, but yeah, you guys are around the. I'll find a way, maybe. But yeah, you see a
Are we
town.
before or after the river?
So you are. Ooh, yes, actually, you across the road, you see the river.
Okay, so we're at that patch.
You're around here. So you see, so from the forest, right, as you exit, uh, you see a town northward, right?
Hmm.
So I'm going to need to find a way to ping people here, but yeah.
Just
Uh,
draw.
You can probably use
yes, I'm going to draw something. I'm going to
the
draw
arrow.
here. You're around right here.
There we go. Yeah, that's a lot better.
So around northward, north, north, south, east, west. East, yeah, around northeast, you see a town. If you were to continue, but you could also follow the river, and it will lead you somewhere. And for Sai, you distinctly remember that there's a bridge over to this side that
I
would
wouldn't
allow you.
go there.
Well, you
I
would.
assume that I'm leading because I just am the one saying, yeah, I gotta go. I gotta get that
Yes.
shit done in the city. So I would just go the way that I came.
Yep. You remember that there is a bridge over there, over here, that would allow you to cross the river and get kind of like a shortcut to Loran Academy. You don't have to cross the river over here and pass through the town. All right. So is everyone just following Sai to following the river?
Yep.
Assuming that he knows where the town is, where the settlements are and shit. Sure. Pretty much just sure.
I blindly follow the food.
All right. So so all of you follow Sai. The five of you follow Sai. Follow Sai. Well, the four of you follow Sai. Sorry.
Right.
The four of you follow Sai. Along the river and the paved road until you just reach what seems to be a bridge. This bridge is nothing like the ones you are familiar with. Uh, Beeth and Theseus. For Maximilian, this reminds you of home. This bridge is actually made of some sort of compressed stone from what from what, and if you were to take a look closely, this looks to be made out of brick, and the methodology of the construction is rather familiar to you. And the bridge just arches across the river, allowing water to flow in the middle of it, and you're able to just cross without any need for holding. It's wide enough for a single carriage to actually pass, and you guys are able to just cross the bridge. And after the bridge is another surprise for you, Maximilian, as you see a brick road. No, not really a brick. It's more so like cobble, cobblestone
Okay.
road headed towards the what you assume to be Loran Academy.
Hmm. Now I've been here, quote unquote, for a while.
Hmm.
Is it strange, one, to find this masonry on the bridge and these cobblestones at all, or is it
So you've been here
strange to find it in this area?
from from what we talked about, at least in briefly.
Hmm.
Uh, You've been here, from what we talk about. So from where you are, yes. So from the part of Karen that where you are that you are from, yes, it would have been rather unique. You haven't really been that much through the cities. You're more so
Okay.
interested in like the exploring the different technologies,
Right. Hmm.
and
Mapping.
mysteries in here. So you haven't
Hmm.
really been that much to the cities. So you find it rather unique that you saw that you're seeing this type of architecture.
Oh. Hmm.
At least,
As I got,
mhm,
go
sorry,
ahead.
yeah, at least at the moment.
Okay. As I got to the middle of a bridge, I basically jumped up and down on it just 2, 3 times, just like
Hmm.
astounding. And then
It's
I
a weird
continued
bridge,
on.
isn't it?
No, it's strange to see this type of masonry work in
Yeah,
here.
it was weird for me too the first time when I ventured down around the Lauren Academy parts, but I was told they're just more advanced and are rich as fuck, so they can do whatever they want basically.
Maybe they're grabbing some ideas coming from all over.
Fuck do I know, they're wizards, probably. They're all about books.
Could
But
be.
there are also a lot of good craftsmen in their city, so that is where the money is. Probably is the best craftsman. Or
And
not.
yeah, and look there, that cobblestone. Just like I can understand for the main road, but we're like boonies here. And
Well,
to have
Sorda is a main road. Well, not down here, but it's gonna get bigger, the road, as soon as we are on the main road, trust me. It's
all right.
fucking huge.
Yeah. Oh no, I can imagine. But with such care on a road like this is peculiar.
Well, it is in general strange. I mean, I'm not traveling for that long. It's basically only been like a year or so since I started my travels from my hometown, and every fucking city I am at, I'm surprised again.
Oh.
The differences in culture and architecture and also in the way how the artisans work is fucking amazing.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a mix of cultures for sure.
All right, so the both of you are
By the way,
talking. Yeah, it is.
as they're talking, I'm just washing the blood off me knowing that we're going to Lower End Academy.
So you just like walk toward the river and take a wash.
I
Or
cross the
you
bridge
lick
and then I
yourself.
start. No,
Wait.
I first cross the bridge and then I
Okay.
wash myself on the other side.
So you cross the bridge and then you walk towards the you leave the bridge, you walk towards the river and begin washing yourself. All right. How about you, Jenny, and you, Beef? What are you both doing?
I'm just gonna be sticking with the others. I'm not gonna say much. Maybe I'll bring up a piece of conversation here and there, but other than that, I'll mostly just be following quietly behind, waiting for if they ever need me for something.
Jenny?
Uh, Jenny's probably going to be doing the same and just kind of taking in a place that she's probably not been to before. But it's basically just going to be following along and just seeing
All right.
what they're getting into.
So Maximilian and Sai, as you both end your conversation intending on proceeding, you hear the splashes of water as Theseus is just washing himself on the river.
You need help over there, buddy?
This isn't my first rodeo.
Well, judging by your clothing, they just threw you out of the city immediately, haven't they?
No, they've let me in a few times. Maybe.
How many is a few?
I mean, I just ran out before they thought about locking me up.
I figured.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I go over there and then just give him a soft pat on the shoulder, and he's completely clean for some odd reason after I touched him. AKA casting prestidigitation.
Uh-huh. And just removing all the dirt from him. Are you including his clothes?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, all of a sudden, after a quick tap, you Theseus are cleaning. Yeah, clean, very
Damn,
clean.
you're really good at washing yourself. Only took you like a few seconds and you're all clean. Holy shit.
The clothes are
You
still
said you knocked.
tattered though. Rather, it's a mishmash of whatever fabric, but he's clean.
I
You
just
even
put my
squeak a
hood
little.
over my head.
You sure you're not of the magical kind?
No.
No, maybe you have hidden talents you're not aware of.
The second he says that, I snicker a little bit.
Well, anyways, venturing on. As I start walking to the towards the main road, alongside the river.
All right. So the five of you just follow the cobblestone road towards the main roads. The cobblestone road is just winding gently through the rather clear pastures. You see that you're passing by a few gently sloping green hills, and slowly but surely you see the distant towers of with what seems to be like little pointy stars or what seems to be glowing red orbs. It seems like the whoever built these towers couldn't really decide on what would be best to put at the very tips of these pointy things. And for you, Maximilian, as you walk
Mhm.
toward as you reach the main road, you are hit with another sense of nostalgia as are all around the road, evenly spaced around, give or take 10-15 meters apart. You see what seem to be street lamps on both sides of the road headed towards the academy. And as you all are walking, you just see these towers just shimmering with what seems to be maybe some sort of magical energy under the morning sun.
This is way more developed than I ever thought it would be.
Yeah, I can get. Why do you say that?
Well, those lamps over there to light the way, you don't find that everywhere for one thing. And it
I mean, the only place
offers.
I really saw them is around Lorien Academy.
Hmm.
I mean, I haven't traveled the entire fucking continent yet, but I've been to few places, but this is probably the most advanced one.
Yeah,
Still not really sure how shit works in that city. They also have weird closing gates times and shit where you can't leave or can't go in if you're magic. It's a whole fucking ordeal. Don't fucking ask me.
hmm. This is we have a term for this from where I come from. We call it technology, and it's odd to see it in this land. Mind you, it's probably, as you said, concentrated around the academy.
Well, I just call it magic because that's what they use mostly for most shit.
Technology, magic, and I have my palms up, just going up and down on either side.
Uh,
After a while, they begin to look the same. Look at Travis and Hoot here.
I look at them, do they blink?
Nope. They have like piercing, royal blue eyes that just look.
No, right.
As everyone's walking down the road, B will let himself fall behind just a couple paces to make sure that, just to, in a way, so that there's not really any people super close to him. He could still, close enough to where you can still hear people talking, but not like within touching range of anyone a good bit outside of that. And then by the way, I forgot to mention this during character descriptions. He has like his staff strapped to his back, which it's a pretty long wooden pole, about the same size as B himself, stretching a bit thicker the higher it goes up, with black grooves almost etched into the design. At the tip of the staff, it kind of curves in, like, around to where the tip is pointing down, in, like, up and then around in like a sideways C, you could almost say, holding within like this crystal orb that it's just a black orb, pretty much, maybe foggy black. But yeah, he'll take out his staff and then just start twirling it, pretty much twirling it in front of him, to the side, to the other side, just messing with it.
all right. How about you, Jenny? What you doing?
Jenny is kind of listening to the conversation that's sort of going on and is taking in a little bit of these two of Max and Sai kind of chatting about the academy being, you
Mm-hmm.
know, an advanced kind of place, and just kind of thinking how it compares to more where she came from, in that kind of, if they're on the same kind of level, if it is just like a civilization thing, or if there is actually something a little bit kind of special about the Lauren Academy in particular. But
Mm-hmm. All right. So are the five of you going to continue walking, or
Well, I assumed we are talking while walking.
all right?
Mhm.
So the five of you just continue walking around the cobblestone road. Eventually, all five of you are presented with the large gates of Loran Academy. Once at the gates, you see, for some reason, um, since these are gates, one would expect that there would be guards posted about, just maybe just generally monitoring the traffic, maybe even asking for identification or whatnot. But seemingly, there's no one at the gates. Although past the gates, you see people milling about, and the gates are just wide open.
Just walk right through like normal.
All right.
Yeah, I
So,
assume my character would know why there is no guard, so I would just ignore the fact and just walk in.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
B will begin to put his staff away as he approaches the door and then realize there's not guards and just think about that for a second, but then notice the others walk in and just think, whatever, it's normal, and then just continue on.
Maximilian.
I follow.
All right. So as you guys walk towards the walk inside Loran Academy, passing the gates, all five of you feel something that seems to wash over you. Some sort of like heavy, well, not really heavy, but some sort of energy. This washes all over all five of you, seemingly searching for something. And then eventually, as you guys walk through, it lifts, and all of you pass through the gates into the bustling and noisy uh, city of Loran Academy. All of you now are right about here. Whoops. I should really be able to ping, but this is not what I intended to do. Anyway, give me a moment. Yep, all of you are around here.
Okay.
Quick question.
Yep.
I just assume that Sai would already have like place where he stays, assuming that he's in
Uh-huh.
that town for like a week already.
Yep, you'll be staying here.
So I would know directions to, say,
Yep.
a tavern where I stay.
Yep. So you'd be staying here. The tavern is over here. And yep, this is basically where you're staying to sleep. And this is where the tavern is.
Well, Well, I have to be somewhere. I'll give you some directions where the tavern is I'm staying. We can reconvene there in like an hour or two, or you just walk around town and find whatever you want, and then we just meet back up at tavern. Sounds good?
All right, I'm okay
Sure.
with that.
Bootlegger.
Okay. Um, I was intending to do something, but okay. I'll just do it with the rest of you four.
Let's split the party.
Oh my god.
Yeah, first TPK. Yay. Oh, sorry.
Well, you can't TPK if we're not all together.
Oh, she'll get you. And your little dog, too. Oh, sorry. That applies to me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she'll get you too.
Yeah.
All right. So for the rest of you, as you walk, as you walk, uh, past the gates, you are presented with the bustling Academy of Loran. So you here, and this is for the rest of you. Except for wait, actually, Theseus, you mentioned you've been here before, right?
Only a couple of times.
Mm-hmm. All right. So only just Beast, Maximilian, and
Jenny.
Jenny. Nah, give me a moment. I'm pulling something up. I didn't realize I didn't have a particular document up yet. Give me just a moment.
Damn, the city really changed, didn't it, Nick?
Yeah, it's like it changed so much. It's like it's not different at all.
Oh my god.
Who
I
knows?
mean, there was a token that was still in there by accident, but yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Who was it?
Simgar.
Oh no.
Not only Simgar, there was also another. Anyway,
Yeah, the lovely lady that he had.
anyway, okay. All right. So you you here, so you Maximilian, sorry, Maximilian, Jenny, and Beast. You hear inside your heads, like it's like someone is just speaking towards the three of you. You don't know where this voice is coming from. You don't know if it's coming from around you. You don't know if it's from above, below. You just hear this, and it's clear as day. It's as if someone is talking to you face to face. You just hear Loran is a city unto itself, segmented into a few districts dedicated to different magical disciplines. The main campus spirals upward, the Astral Spire, a central tower that pierces the clouds and serves as both observatory and archive. Around it, you see massive domes, crystalline greenhouses of elemental forges, and illusion-shrouded libraries. Sections of Academy uh, you see floating freely in the sky, tethered by spellwork from the ancients. If you wish to enroll in Academy, you would be invited to join one of five houses, the Solari of evocation and fire magic, the Nimira of illusion and moonlight, the Throne of necromancy and earth, the Ethereum of divination and the stars, and the Virilum of transmutation and wind. Each house governs a district of the academy. It has its own traditions and competes in the seasonal arcana trials, a mix of magical duels, enchanted puzzles, and strategy games. Of course, Loran also features various foods and festivities around this time of year. And if you were to explore the city, the most notable features is the Whispering Library, a sentient, endless library that resolves itself and responds to true questions whispered at midnight. You could also wander in and take a look at the Mirror Gate, a portal set to reveal alternate versions of world and of oneself. You could also try visiting the Spiral Vaults, although you might need to escape the guards since this is a restricted underground chamber where forbidden magics are studied under watch.
Hey, just so you know, your mic's bugging a little bit. It's a little hard to hear what you're saying, and it's kind of, at
Wait,
least
it's
for
bugging
me,
out?
It's almost like it's bubbly.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
that's a way
I
of
was looking at.
describing it.
Oh, sorry. I was reading the document and my mic was kind of like facing the fan. Sorry about that. But did you at least
Ah,
hear the gist of it?
Yeah, the five houses, the Whispering Library, which questions answer at midnight, the Spire Vaults
Mm-hmm.
that are guarded.
Yep, and the Mirror Gate, which is a portal said to reveal alternate versions of the world and of oneself. And this was all like kind of like someone just speaking to you. It also spoke about a seasonal event called the Arcana Trials.
Thank you, Guiding Light.
I'll just mumble to myself. Damn, whoever's got the job of sending messages to the people who walk in must have a terrible time.
Maybe they have a special magic mouse.
And I get the feeling it's sort of pre-recorded. I don't think someone has to say that every single time.
Alicia, your
Yes,
microphone is right in the line of sight of either your nose or your mouth.
I
Or the
mean,
fan.
I moved it closer because you guys were, yeah. Okay, now how about now?
Yeah,
Is it better?
yeah, much better. Yeah.
That's good.
Okay. Sorry about that. But yeah. So when you said thank you, you got a response. You're welcome. And that's about it for Maximilian.
I visibly
Funny.
startled. So, okay.
I yelled at the dome for an hour after hearing that.
Did the dome respond?
It told me to stop yelling.
Well,
I figured as much.
all right. Well, so we head over to the inn that was suggested.
Yep.
I'm
So
done for anything. I need a good drink.
so the four of you walk towards the inn that was pointed to you by Sai. So Sai, as you leave the four of them, you walk towards the tavern where you meet your client, It was just a quick exchange to you hand over the stick. You're given a bag of gold, a bag containing 40 gold pieces for the handle. Well, not really the handle, but like for the entire axe.
But didn't we
And
say 50?
huh? Did I say 50? Like
Yeah, you did say 50.
you see the
I
wizard.
hear 60.
You hear the wizard say, okay." He drops like like 10 more gold to the table and then walks away with the axe. Time to
Pleasure
test
for
if you're real.
business.
The wizard really doesn't hear you that much. He's too distracted with with like looking at the axe, planning on like what he's gonna be doing with it. So the four of you walk towards the inn, just in time to see Sai just come out of the tavern, holding presumably a bag, holding a bag presumably containing his earnings for the stick that he was intent on getting. So as you four reach the inn over here, you are welcomed by a rather bubbly. I suppose the app description is a child. She just says, "Welcome to the Roran Academy Inn. Are you going to stay a night, 2 nights, 3 nights, or maybe even 5? If you stay for 5, I'll give you a discount."
I didn't realize we were staying at all. I thought we were just passing through. Do we have to?
Was
Well, you
probably
guys don't have to stay.
Oh, welcome back,
And I
sir.
have my room. Welcome,
Would you
welcome.
like the key to room 502?
Well, my room,
Yeah, exactly.
please.
So he hands you the key to 502. She hands you the key to 502.
E.
Do we have to have a room in order to get food and drink? Is that how
Does
it
it
works?
come with food?
Yes, of course. If you pay us for if you pay the if you pay for the room, you'll get breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all in house.
How much is 5 nights?
5 nights. All right. That will be doing a quick calculation. 25 silver pieces.
I hand her a gold coin.
All right. Thank you very much for your patronage. And she hands you back, doing quick calculation in my head, 75 silver pieces.
I refuse.
Sir? She tilts her head to the side.
You keep money. Child need to grow on food.
You see the child just slowly raise the gold coin. She kind of like inspects it before tossing it to the drawer below the counter. All right, here's your room key, room 507. And she hands you a key.
I take the key, look at it for a few seconds,
And
and
as you
then
look
take
at,
a bite out of it.
so you take a key. It looks to be like just a piece of wood, like a square piece of wood with a some sort of like design etched into it. And you take a bite out of it. And as you take a bite out of it, Maximilian, Jenny, and Beef, you see the girl, you see the girl's eyes like just widen. And as your teeth graze the design of the key, I want you to roll me a dex saving throw.
Oh
Theseus.
boy.
I'm assuming
Oh
Sai
damn.
has like really went to go walk away. Ooh. 16 plus 8. I am speechless. So, so Theseus, you sense the piece of wood heating up as the girl ducks down into the counter really quickly, and you manage to throw the key away from you. And you, Maximilian, Jenny,
Yeah.
and Beith, the three of you see the key just like spontaneously just combust. Like there's this
Whoa!
just ball of fire about uh 10 no about like 10-12 inches in diameter, in a circumference, just materialize out of thin air, and you see just the key just burn into a crisp with nothing but just dust left behind, and then it just flies in the wind, and slowly like the girl like peeks out at the counter and just yells, "Why'd you do that for?"
It was wood.
It wasn't food, lad.
I put another gold coin on the counter.
No, no. The previous gold coin would will cover replacing the key, but I'm I must say I'm rather hesitant with handing you a new one. She looks
He's
so
he's
she looks towards you, Maximilian, Jenny, and Beith, as you're presumably his companions.
Me
he's
not, me not eat anymore.
I barely know this one. I've just been trailing along with them for like literally a day now. I'm not that stupid.
I think he's just hungry, miss.
All right, so let's establish a bit of an order for responding. Uh,
Hmm.
if I were to ask if someone would respond, let's establish that like the so Discord already sorts everyone in alphabetical order. So let's
Hmm.
just go by alphabetical order in terms of response. So if an NPC asks, like for example, this NPC looks towards Theseus's companions. The order of response is by name on Discord, so that like we don't have people talking over each other. Should be
Okay.
good. All right.
Hmm.
Yep.
DM, may I ask a side question?
Yeah.
Because I don't think that got covered. The currency and uh, conversion, it's not 10 to 10 to 10 to 10.
Nope.
It's
It's
like 100
a hundred.
silver to a gold.
It's 100 silver to a gold, 10 copper to a silver for some reason,
Okay.
and then it's
How many gold?
100 gold to platinum, and 10 platinum to a crystal.
Oh, okay. I didn't have a crystal. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
And however, but like it varies. Some towns will rate some currencies higher. Some towns will rate currencies lower. So for Loran Academy specifically, it's 10 copper to 1 silver, 100 silver for 1 gold, and then 10 gold for a crystal, a small crystal.
Okay.
Like kind of like imagine like a pearl, a crystal pearl that you'll be wearing around your neck if you were to make a necklace. Just one of those.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
all right.
Take
So
it.
the girl just hesitantly hands over the another like piece of wood, another key towards you, Theseus, and then she looks over to you, Maximilian, as well as you, Beef, and you, uh, Jenny. So she places three more keys to, well, she places two more keys to on the counter and says, "The gold piece covers four keys. We'd need the if you want to another room, then you'll have to pay 25 more silver pieces." She's now rather hesitant because losing her cheer as she's a tad bit concerned with the antics of Theseus earlier.
I mean, are we all staying here? Is the question, I suppose.
I guess we
Probably.
are. It's a matter of how long.
Well, I don't really have ties to anything to keep me here more than just having the company for the time being. I don't know if any of you actually have something that you're going to be looking to achieve here.
Hmm.
Maybe, maybe we could make ourselves useful while in town.
I mean, hold on. Thought. Wasn't one of that wasn't one of you staying in the tavern, like, or not tavern, in like full something? I don't fucking know how to word.
I
I thought
I
someone
believe
had like a semi-permanent residence there.
Sai was staying here before, I think.
And Sai has just completely disappeared to his room, I think.
Hmm.
Oh no, I'm
So the
outside.
one there only, so the
Wait,
one there
sorry,
only before.
Sai?
Oh wait, no, because the fifth one would
Hmm?
be okay.
What were we saying?
I'm in town. I
Oh,
don't need
wait,
the tavern now.
you you
I
left
took my
there and
key
you're
and
in
booked
town.
it.
Oh my god. Okay.
When I said I have to be somewhere, I didn't necessarily mean my client.
I mean, I assume you were going to. Okay, sorry.
Two.
Well, even so, I didn't think. Yeah, I thought originally, like, so wouldn't that cover all the keys? And I was like, oh wait, yeah, no, we had, it's five because one of them burnt. I'm stupid.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Anyways,
Mm.
I guess to cover payments, I'll just take a gold piece and just flick it over and be like, how's that?
The girl nods her head now and then just places another key on the counter and she quickly counts 75 silver coins and then places it beside the key.
I'll take 70 of the silver pieces and be like, you can keep those ones.
The girl slowly nods her head. All right. Would you like food delivered to your rooms?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
The girl nods her head. Okay, so Okay, so for this one, points at Theseus. Room 507 for you, points at Jenny. Room 304 for you, points at you, Maximilian. Room 101, and for you, points at Beast. Room 666.
There's a lot of rooms here.
It's a big inn.
All right then.
Or maybe
Alright.
they're just not arbitrarily numbered as you would expect.
I want room 666.
It doesn't matter all that much.
No.
Do you think they gave me the ground floor because I have a dog?
Dogs can climb stairs, can't they?
Of course.
I'm
Well-
surprised I'm surprised there's an inn here that even allows pets, but what do I know?
Nah, he's not. He's probably very, considering the technology around, he's probably normal. Air quotes.
Alright.
Whatever.
So the four of you walk around the inn, looking for your room numbers. But so you guys walk, and for you, Maximilian, you have room 101. So
Uh-huh.
you assume it's in the first floor. So you just walk around, and eventually you find the numbers 101. But then beside that number, you also see the number 507. And then beside that, in another door, you see the number 666. And then you see next to that, the number, you say the two other, the next two other doors contains the numbers for the rooms of Jenny and Beth. The room for Jenny and the room for Sai.
There we go.
What a strange inn.
I
Look.
think they just make up numbers randomly.
Whatever.
Just-
Room's a room, and I'll just head in my room.
And as you head to your room, Beef, Maximilian, if you're still in the hallway, you see as soon as Beef closes his door, you see the door seemingly just disappear. And for you, Beef, you are presented with a simple room. The room is rather simple. You have a window to one side, a bed, what seems to be a cabinet to store your things and presumably your clothes, a single table, and a chair. And as for the remaining three, Theseus, Maximilian, and Jenny, what are you doing?
Did the door fade out or just snap disappear?
If it faded out,
Okay. Is the wall, like the place where the door would be, is that wall still there, or did the rooms around the doors just move closer?
it looks so from your vantage point, it looks like the doors just like space themselves correctly. Like so it used to be that there were like maybe
In a row, yeah.
5 foot
Okay.
space between the
Apart.
doors. Now it seems to have now on the there seems to be like 6 foot, 6 feet
Okay.
apart.
Okay. What a strange inn, but I can imagine room service is going to be interesting. Let's find out. I'll knock my door and open it.
All right. So you unlock your door. You haven't stepped inside. Just like bees, you are presented with a single bed, what seems to be a closet for storing your things, a table and a chair, and a window that gives you a pretty good view of the outside. You see like outside the inn, you see the entranceway, and you're also seeing like people milling about. Some with dressed like with robes. A few of them were dressed with shirts and pants and presumably shoes. You see like a female dressed in what seems to look like
Oh boy.
maybe like a bathrobe with a tie and her waist, and then she is walking with like slippers. From your from your past, you remember this to be kind of like somewhere in maybe the southeast part of your previous world, your past. But
Okay.
you remember that like this might be somewhere there in the southeast. The dress seems that familiar, and then you just see like people passing by.
Okay.
And as you
Close the door. See you later.
All right. So for the rest, for Theseus and Jenny, sorry, for Theseus and Jenny, you see as Maximilian closes the door fades, and the other three doors rearrange themselves once again. Then with the spacing now about 7 feet in between. So Beth, what are you do? Beef, what are you doing inside your room? Really quick.
Once I get in the room, I'll examine everything. Can I get the description of the room again, just real quick? Remember,
So
making
you're
sure I got everything.
so you're so when you enter the room and close the door, you're presented with just a single bed and a closet, and presumably to store your things in, and you're presented with a table and a chair. And to the side of the bed, there's a window.
Okay, nice. Okay, so yeah. So, seeing this, B will immediately take his staff off his back, place it like leaning against the wall next to the closet.
Hmm.
Or yeah, next to the closet. He'll take his dagger like off his belt and then just toss that into the closet, throw himself on the bed, and take a nap.
All right. So as you toss yourself to the bed to take a nap, you feel the breeze from the window. What number did I give you again?
666.
Yep. You feel the breeze from the window. And if you were to peek outside, you would see that you are 6 floors above. You would see like several windows down below you. And you would feel the breeze from the wind just like coming in through from the window, and you would see people walking about down below.
I
You
what?
You cut off right there. You just went I and
Yeah.
then nothing.
I didn't. I just said like okay, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Oh, okay.
It sounded like I.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, no,
wait,
I
what?
wasn't. I wasn't saying anything. I was just acknowledging that you said something.
All right. So Jenny and Theseus, what you both doing?
Well, I would be lying if I said I felt comfortable about this, but stepping into a door that seems to lead to somewhere unknown, but we'll give it a go,
Mm-hmm.
I suppose. And Jenny will kind of reluctantly head into the room she was given.
All right, Jenny. Sorry, what room number was you again? I didn't take notes. Sorry.
It was 3-0 something.
Yeah.
God, I've
Okay.
already forgotten.
Let's go with 304. All right, room 304 for Jenny. Okay, Jenny, you are presented with a simple room. This one would rather. This one, the room is rather like different with Beef and Maximilian. For this one, you are presented with a dresser and a single bed. A dresser to one side, a single bed, and then and then beside the bed you have a window. And you also have a table with a chair. The main difference between the room, if you knew what the Beef and Maximilian's rooms are, is the dresser. Instead of a closet, you have a dresser for this one.
How lovely.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think Jenny will be a little bit reluctant to place any of her stuff down anywhere.
Uh-huh.
And we'll just kind of keep it all on her, but we'll just familiarize herself with the room
Mhm.
and make sure there's nothing sketchy going on.
Yep. So as you familiarize yourself in the room, if you were to peek out the window, you would see that you are in the third floor of the building, and with people walking about down below. You would
Hmm.
see like there are people dressed in different clothes, and some dressed with clothes that kind of give you a like yeah familiar vibe. You see like some are dressed in robes of scholarly fashion, some are dressed seemingly with shirts and whatnot, and a few of them are dressed in unfamiliar clothes to you.
Hmm. Well, yeah, Jenny's still gonna just keep um, everything of her own on her
Mm-hmm.
and just spend a little bit of time just kind of relaxing for a minute and just checking through the notes that she's kind of hastily scrawled down at some point during her forest escapade.
Mm-hmm. All right, Theseus, what you doing?
After seeing everyone else disappear, I decide to leave and explore the city.
All right, so Theseus, you leave and explore the city, which takes us to Sai. So Sai, what you doing?
I assume there is like an artisan guild in every town.
Yes, there is.
I'd go there, spend the visit, giving like a short. Hey, I did this quest, I finished it, yada yada yada.
All
So I
right.
want to go
Uh,
there.
okay. So, all right. So you walk out of the inn and head towards the Artisans Guild. You've been to Loran Academy a while, so you're rather familiar with the layout of the city. So you head towards the Artisans Guild and report to the receptionist that you did this quest for this wizard. The wizard, like airheaded as he may be, he didn't forget to give you the completion form that you did complete the quest for him, and the receptionist accepts it from you. So with this one the guild awards you with the proper points that you need that proves that you've accomplished this quest, and yeah, you're able to leave the guild with your accomplishment.
Oh, and I also would like to pay upfront the next month of the guild membership.
All
I
right.
say to whatever is on the counter.
And in this one, the okay, give me just a moment.
You'll make NPCs up on the spot.
No, I don't.
Do it.
You remember this? Okay. So, uh, well, you wouldn't remember. So the green-haired girl, at the counter, smiles up at you, as she takes the coin. So you pay. I don't remember the
5 gold.
currency for the guild. Yeah. So you pay five
It's
gold.
5 gold a month.
Yeah. You. Why are you dictating the prices now?
It's saying it in the thing.
The what thing?
Otherwise, I lose in the background of a guild artisan.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Anyway,
You must pay dues of 5 gold per month to the guild. If you miss payment, you must make a back dues to remain in the guild's good grace. That's what it says. I don't make the rules.
sorry. Anyway. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, the receptionist the green-haired girl happily takes the five gold and records it in your record under Sai, and she smiles at you. All right, would there be anything else that I can help you with?
Is there more work?
There are. Are you specifically looking for more artisan work?
Ideally.
Alrighty. So, and then she takes a look at some papers that she has for the quest of the Artisan Guild. Let's see, let's pull this up. Alright, so for the quests in the Artisan Guild. Alright, so we have a few quests right now for artisans. Let me load this document. Artisan Guild. Here we go. All right. So you see so we don't have any quests locally. Are you good with traveling?
All depends on the job. I mean, doesn't hurt to listen to the offer.
All right. Then we have several quests. One is located in Moonbright, which will reward you with song shards. And we have the we have another quest in the floating island of Nemoria, which would reward you ether infused thread. And also, there is a tailor here within Loran Academy that would be rewarding you with a cloak of your choosing from their collection if you give the if you give up the ether infused thread to them. There is also a quest for Pyro Plateau, which for some odd reason, the quest reward, just says that it is something special, and take the quest to find out. Afterwards, there is a quest by the guild itself. You will get uh, rare recipes for rare alchemical recipes, and then access to the guild's apothecary. Lastly, there is a quest that requires you to go towards the deep caves of Miadrashel, and the reward hmm, seems
What
to be a
I'm
cloak.
hearing is there is not anything specifically regarding to forging equipment or getting material and making something, I guess.
Forging equipment? No, not at the moment. We don't have any quests for that.
Well, then that's for me. Thanks you for having me. And he just leaves as he hears there's no smithing work.
The 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 green-haired girl looks at the retreating form of Sai with complete and utter puzzlement as and after a few moments she just shrugs and takes the her paperwork, and she walks from her position in the counter towards the back room. And from the back room, a blue-haired girl emerges, and she takes her place in the counter. All
The green
right.
haired girl now cries on the back. The customer was unfriendly again. It's
Mm,
canon in my head.
all right, Maximilian. So what you
Yes.
doing in your room?
Um, do the windows open?
Yes. So
Okay.
these windows are are wooden windows. They're wood with glass panes embedded into them. And there seems to be just a rather simple lock wherein if you pull in the window, you're able to lock it
From inside.
to the beam. Yeah, from inside. There's a beam in the middle of these windows. They pull inside, and this lock basically latches onto the beam.
Okay. So I'll use the next 10 minutes to cast Detect Magic as a ritual,
Uh-huh.
scan the room. So I'll tell you what exactly I want to do, and then you can describe what happens. So
Hmm.
Detect Magic all around the room, aiming for the door, aiming for the window, aiming for anything else within the room. Open the window, ask Hoot to get onto the windowsill if there's nothing magic, and fly out, fly back in.
All right. So you cast detect magic ritually inside the
Hmm.
room. So as you cast it, you are presented with a kaleidoscope of colors.
Whoa.
So this room by itself seems to contain, if not hundreds, maybe even thousands of interweave magics into there. You you are able to decipher a few.
Hmm.
Uh, um you see that there seems to be magics pertaining to space. You see that there are magics pertaining to transport. There are magics that pertains to generating energy. You're not entirely sure what this energy is for. There are magics in the room that generate light. Magics in the room that are for transport, and there are also other magics in the room that are seemingly for preservation. Some and then a few other magics that generate light. You don't
Mhm.
sense any, shall we say, like hostile magic,
Okay.
but the room is just a kaleidoscope of colors to you. And as you ask Hoot to just go out the window,
Hmm.
so Hoot is just able to just fly out. Hoot circles about and then flies back in. Wi- There's really nothing that's affected Hoot. He's just fine.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Hoot, when you were outside and you look down from my window, does it look like I'm on the first floor or sixth or above? Does it make sense? Does the window make sense compared to the size of the inn?
So Hoot says that you are on the first floor. You're near the entrance.
Okay.
The window is on the first floor. You're near the entrance. As for the size of the inn, Hoot says that like there are 7 floors on the inn. So and the window is in the right location.
Okay. By the by, Hoot cannot talk. He understands what I
Mm-hmm.
say. Same for Travis.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot talk, but he can like tap his foot for the number of floors. So
Ah,
we're charading for a bit. Um, yeah. Perfect. So I'll reclose the window and I will actually ritually cast alarm around the room.
all right.
And that will be what I will do for the day unless somebody summons me
Okay.
or until the food arrives.
Ah, so this is the rather unique one. So the food. So as for food, I like as you had the thought of food, Maximilian,
Hmm.
you smell just the aroma of what seems to be fried meat, and if you were to look at the table, you would see bread, uh, a portion of what seems to be fried chicken, and a mug of what seems to be, from your perspective, juice, orange juice to be exact.
When
And
this wasn't there a moment ago.
nope.
Wow.
And on the you also see a saucer that has butter on it, and then you see a spoon, a fork, and a knife.
Now that is service. I sit down and eat.
Alrighty. Okay, so let's get to Jenny. What you doing?
Was there a when we entered, there was the reception. Was there any obvious like a bar, or was it literally just the reception? There was no other
There was the
use.
reception. There was what looks to be like stairs going up. There was two other doors beside the reception room, and there was the hallway that you guys entered, where you were presented with your doors.
I think Jenny would probably go looking for a bar.
All right.
Um, in that
So
doesn't want to just be like alone in an enclosed space.
so Jenny, you like exit your you go back to the door from your room and you open it. You find yourself in the same hallway where you where you enter when you entered your room, and you walk
Mhm.
out. You go towards the reception, and you find the same child just like minding her business. She seems to be counting coins. She's currently counting what look to be silver coins. She looks up as you approach and says, "Can I help you?"
Uh, possibly. I was just looking for somewhere to and get a drink. I just didn't want to be confined to my room.
Ah, if you want a drink, presumably a tavern, there's a tavern directly in front of the inn.
That is an alternative that works. I will head there. Do you take the keys when we leave? Is that how that works? I saw you gave Sai his key when he turned up.
No. The keys return to the inn if you're gone for more than 24 hours.
That makes sense. Okay, I'll keep it with me then.
The receptionist nods as she continues counting the silver coins. You hear the faint you hear like her muttering 767, 768, 769, and she just keeps counting as you pass by her. Anyway, so Jenny, you exit the inn, and directly in front you see this tavern. And the tavern, like above the entrance, you see the name Lucian's Booze. Stronger than you think, or maybe weaker than you think. So what you doing?
Um, I mean, should go in and just have a little look around and see what it's. If it's
All right.
a sketchy place, presumably not in a well-established academy town.
So you look. I mean, you walk inside, and yeah, you're presented with what looks to be a just a tavern. It's a regular tavern. It doesn't look to be anything special apart from the gathering of people. Whoops, it is. Anyway, uh, delete that.
What a quaint
Delete
tavern.
this heresy.
Anyway, yeah. So you're presented with a tavern. There's not much in there. It's just basically you see. Well, delete that as well. Sorry. So there's a barkeep like in the middle of the tavern. Um, Apart from that, you see various races. You see orcs. You see pigmen. You see what seems to be like penguins in the corner drinking. Um, you see elves in the on one side. You see what looks to be like little people with pointy ears on the other side. And then you see like these what look to be large small. You're not exactly sure how to describe them. You just see these like men who are with large bellies, and they are just having at it. Like you see like several barrels of booze just like all around these like six men as like they are chugging. They are they are just pouring themselves mug after mug of booze, and they're just chugging it and laughing at each other.
Do they look like residents of the academy?
Um, they're dressed like they seem to be dressed with robes, but you're not entirely sure if they're residents or tourists or what they are. But they seem to be happily drinking.
Hmm. Okay. Well, Jenny will either way will go and head up to the bar and just kind of wait her turn if needed.
All
Until
right.
she's served, and it's just kind of create as little of a
So as you go to the
commotion as
bar,
possible.
yep. So as you go to the bar, you are greeted with the barkeep, and the barkeep just looks at you and says, "Ah, what you happen?"
um, do you have some kind of special house mix or something? Something that might be a bit interesting I wouldn't get somewhere else.
House mix. Hmm.
Yes, something that's locally brewed or the such.
Well, let's see. There's this. There's this. There's this wine I have. That's a favorite of certain people.
Certain people in a bad way, or
Well, it's a favorite. You asked for something interesting.
Yes, of course. The way you worded it sounded like it was a favorite for certain people. Never mind. Um,
Let's say it takes a
sure.
special person to consume this wine.
Oh, well, let's see if I'm a special person then.
All right.
I'll
So,
have whatever it is.
all right. So the barkeep walks towards a shelf to the back of the bar. He takes several bottles and then push them to like places them to the side. He reaches to the back of the shelf and then pulls out a what looks to be a like it kind of looks like a standard wine bottle. This one is rather greenish. You're not entirely sure what color the liquid is inside. And then he takes out a glass, like a wine glass, a tall wine glass, and he begins pouring the wine before placing it on the counter. That'll be 5 gold for you.
Goodness me, I can't say that I've had green wine before, but I'm sure it'll be interesting and worth the extortionate price for. Never mind. And she'll count out 5 gold and place it down.
All right. The barkeep takes a 5 gold and just drags it through the counter and then lets it fall to presumably to a drawer. And yeah, he slides the wine glass towards you.
Jenny just kind of nods her head and
Hmm.
scoops the glass up, doing her best not to spill any of it after
Yep.
paying that much money for it.
So just a correction, the wine isn't green. What he presented you looks really, really clear.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, she will basically take it and go and find somewhere in the bar that's in the tavern that's a little bit quieter and has some room to just drink in peace.
All right. So the so you walk towards a corner of the bar where there's a table that's just available. Uh, you walk and you find yourself like in peace. No one's really paying you that much attention.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the bar is just
She will
silent.
just sit.
How and as you sit down, yeah, as you sit down at the table, you see like the barkeep just eyeing you, seemingly just eyeing you here and there as he serves different people.
Uh, she'll do her best to just kind of force a smile, and will also do her best to make the most and savor the drink.
All right. So as you drink the wine, roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Constitution. Oops, I don't have my sheet. There it is. Saving throw, yeah.
Yep. Upper right corner. Upper
Got
right
it.
of the
Yeah,
sheet.
there we go.
Ah.
Whoops.
So Jenny takes a sip of the wine, and to anyone who would be watching, you would see Jenny's eyes just widen For you, Jenny, you experience a flavor unlike any other. This flavor is so overwhelming that basically after that just one sip, the wine glass like clatters on the table, and you pass out. You're just down for the count,
For one sip.
and this actually takes your Jenny character sheet. This takes your HP
Please say up.
down to
No.
a 0.
Oh.
All right, let's go to doo-doo-doo. Theseus. Wait, actually, no. Let's go to Lee. What you doing?
All right. First things first. How many hours has it been since I went in my room and started sleeping?
Mm, about 1 or 2 hours.
Sure. Eventually, Beef will wake up, collect his things, head out, and presuming he can just keep the key since he's staying for a few nights, just
Hmm.
walk out and head for the tavern himself.
All right, you enter the tavern, and you are presented with a rather rowdy crowd. There's a lot of races, as you can determine. There's a bunch of drunkards drinking themselves to presumably a stupor. These pointy-eared men are just drinking. One of them's already passed out over a barrel. The other four are looking like they'll keep on drinking a bit more. To the side, you see penguins that are just they look to be mulling over like a plans. Like they have like a large piece of like what looks to be parchment laid out on their table, and they're discussing this over drinks. You see like elves, one elf seems to be speaking towards four others. They seem to be like, and these four are at attention. They have their undivided attention towards this speaking elf. You see the barman just polishing what looks to be a glass on the bar, and you see like several people like seated around the bar. Some of them like holding mugs, some of them holding glasses, some of them are holding wine glasses. And at another table at the corner, you see just this girl passed out.
Uh, what do I do? I'll go up to the bartender and see what they've got.
Yep, you go up towards the bartender, and he greets you. Oi, what you having?
What are you offering?
We offer a lot. Would you like some wine, some booze, some mead?
Uh,
Would you like what that one had? Points towards a girl at the corner table.
mm, probably not.
Well,
I'll just take some booze then.
The barman nods and then just places a mug under what seems to be a barrel. He opens like the faucet, and the booze just trickles down towards the mug. And then after a few moments, he places the mug in front of you. That's a silver coin.
What?
That's a silver
I,
coin.
I didn't. Oh, okay. All right then, and I'll just toss it, and I'll hand him the silver.
All right. He takes a silver coin from you and then moves over to serve another customer.
I'll take the booze and head over to the table with the unconscious woman, I guess.
All right. You head over to the table with the unconscious woman, and you notice that she seems to be, yeah, that unconscious and barely breathing.
Oh boy, someone's fucking dying. Let's see, what can I even do about that? What am I gonna do about this? All right, yeah, I'll just poke her shoulder.
All right. You poke Jenny's shoulder, and you get no response.
Poke again, a bit harder.
You poke harder, and no response. All right. So let's move over to Theseus. So Theseus, you walk out of the inn. What you doing?
I am looking for a adventurers guild.
All right. So you walk around for a bit, Theseus, and eventually you see a building. This building is rather large, larger than the others. What you see in this building, there's a sign on top of the door, just displaying Adventure Guild with a shield, an axe, and a sword. So you know this is the right place. So as you approach, you are greeted with an unmade door. The door has what looks to be vines surrounding it. There are the carvings of vines in the door. So and you put as you approach, it slowly just opens for you, allowing you entry. Inside of the guild, you are presented with three counters. One counter, you see a blue-haired girl. Another counter, you see a pink-haired girl. On the other counter, you see a green-haired girl. All three seem to be serving as like receptionists to the guild.
Go straight up to the pink-haired girl. I dump all of my dried bear pelt onto the counter.
The pink-haired girl like raises an eyebrow as you dump all of this loot, the pelt and the what else? Meat.
No, just the pelt.
All right. As you dump all this pelt in front of the counter. Um, this looks to be rather damaged. I can't offer you much. Are you selling this to the guild?
Yes.
All right. And with that, the pink-haired girl like gathers the pelt. You see what looks to be gloves materialize in her hands as she gathers the pelt from you before taking it to a table behind her. Afterwards, it looks like she carefully like sorts it and then like by damage and by size before taking out what looks to be a tape measure and then measuring each portion before she walks back to you, and then from below the counter she takes out 5 copper pieces and then places on the counter. Here you go. That pelt is worth 5 copper.
Thank you. Can I also get a adventure card thing?
Oh, all right. Then you'd better best go to the blue-haired girl, and she gestures to the other counter.
Thank you. I place a piece of grilled, well, roasted bear meat in front of her before leaving.
All right. So, the pink-haired girl looks at her counter. She's just looking at the piece of grilled meat, like still smoking, that's been placed on her counter. Like this is just like meat, like cooked meat, like placed on the counter. Like there's no plate, no nothing, just like a piece of like cooked meat. And then she looks at you, and then she looks back at the meat, and then she looks out at the rest of the guild. Like there are a few adventurers like here and there, like uh some of them talking to each other, a few of them perusing the quest boards, um and then a few of them are just like they look to be waiting for other adventurers, but no one seems to be paying attention to the counter, mainly because who would really, unless there's really something interesting happening. And then the girl takes a look at the meat again, and she pokes it with a finger, and the meat is hot. And then she takes a step back. After a bit, she pokes it. She approaches again, and then just picks it up with her hand. Yeah, a new set of gloves like appear on her left hand as she takes the meat before she walks towards like the back, uh like entering a back door. She places the meat on a plate before setting it on a table, and then she walks out of the back room. So as you approach the other counter, Nix, the blue-haired girl greets you cheerfully. Hello, how may I help you? Oh, wait, Theseus, not Nix. As you approach the other counter, Theseus, uh, the blue-haired girl waves to you and says, "Hello, what you do? How may I help you?" Hello. Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello. 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 Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello. I think voice chat disconnected for some reason. I don't know why. Internet looks good. Hello? Yeah, I can access the internet, but I can't access Discord. Let's try another voice channel. Mm, what the hell is happening? Test, mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Testing.
Yeah.
Ah,
All right. What was the last thing you guys heard?
We live. She lives.
she lived.
What was the last thing you guys heard? Because I've been talking for
Uh,
a bit.
I think. Oh, Prithis is at the Adventurers Guild and had just deposited
Oh
or
my
went to
god.
the blue-haired girl in order to get the card.
Yeah, and he's deposited the meat in front of the pink-haired girl, correct? You haven't
Yes.
heard anything after that.
Nope.
Nothing after that.
Oh my god. Anyway, okay, so the recording is gonna be rather weird because that's been recording all the while. But okay, I'll just repeat what I said. Anyway, um, so the pink-haired girl stares at the piece of meat that's in front of her counter. She takes a look at she looks around the guild, the Adventurers Guild. There are several adventurers present. Some of them look to be discussing things with each other, maybe forming a party. A few of them are perusing the quest boards, possibly looking for quests to go on. A few of them are laughing, like they seem to still be talking to each other. A few of them are seated at tables, looking like they're waiting for someone. And then the receptionist, the pink-haired girl, she takes a look at the piece of meat again, and she raises her right hand, a new glove materializing on her hand, and she pokes the piece of meat, finding it hot. And then she looks at Nyx, who's now arrived at the other counter. Not Nyx, at Theseus. She looks at Theseus, who's now arrived at the other counter. Before looking at the piece of meat again, she takes the piece of meat and she puts it on a plate that's materialized in front of her. And she takes the plate with the meat to a back room, and then she returns to her counter, uh, having presumably left the plate with the meat in the back room. So, Theseus, as you approach the blue-haired girl, she greets you happily. Hello, what can I do for you?
Ow.
Magic card.
Guild card?
I nod my head vigorously.
The blue-haired girl nods her head, and then she places a what looks to be like a pillow on top of her counter. And then on top of the pillow, she places a crystal ball. Please place your hand on top of this ball, and we'll get to getting you a guild card.
I put my hand on the ball.
All right. And then as you put your hand on the ball, the I forgot to activate the scene. There you go. All right. So as you place your hand on the ball, you find the crystal ball glowing. It glows and it glows and it glows, and after that, you the glow stops, and the blue-haired girl nods. She picks up the crystal ball and places it on top of what looks to be a slab made out of the same material. Only this slab seems to not be as transparent as the crystal ball. And then the slab glows. After a while, a card is being spit out from the slab, and she presents you with a card. On the card, Nix. On the card, on the card, Theseus, you are presented with your name, Theseus. And it shows your languages. It also shows your race. It sh- and it also shows your current um class and a few other details for you, alongside the rank of G. All right. Are you already familiar with the guild rules? The blue-haired girl asks.
No.
Okay. And she pulls out a small book from below the counter, and then she places it in front of you. Would you like a brief overview of the guild rules?
Yes, please.
All right. So, welcome to the Adventures Guild. Adventures Guild can be found on all the major cities throughout the continent of Caron. With the Adventures Guild, you are required to abide by the code of conduct. So, use of the Adventures Guild. If you register with the Adventures Guild, you will receive services available to adventurers, such as trades for monster parts. We do offer trades to the public. However, the rates are lower than with adventurers. Adventurers receive special rates, of course, for joining the guild. All adventurers throughout the world offer services. So all adventurers guild offer these services. You can also trade money within the guild. If you want to exchange gold for silver, or gold to copper, or silver to copper, or copper to silver, and vice versa, then you can also use Adventures Guild for that. Registration information is available to all of the Adventures Guild all around the continent. Adventurers will receive a guild card with their own information uh, uh, under your control upon registering with the Adventures Guild. It's possible to reissue the Adventures Guild card if lost, but your rank will be reset to G. Also, each area has its own fine for it. For Loran Academy, the fine for a lost guild card will be 100 gold pieces, so make sure to keep that card with you. If you withdraw from the Adventurers Guild, you may request it, and withdrawal for the guild is possible, of course. It is not being a member of the guild is not mandatory. Re-registration on the guild after withdrawal is also possible, but your rank will be reset to rank G. So, of course, if there is with all of guilds, there is what we call prohibited conduct. So, prohibited conduct involves actions which go against the city's laws. So, any action that will go against the law of Loran Academy or any other city you may visit that has an adventurous guild will be taken as offenses to the guild. Actions which disgrace and cause the reliability of the guild to fail. So any actions that will cause the reputation of the Adventurers Guild to take a hit will be taken as an offense to the guild. Actions which interfere or obstruct other adventurers' jobs. So interfering with jobs taken by other adventurers is strictly forbidden by the guild. Buying, selling, and trading of jobs is also forbidden by the guild. So if you take a job from the job board and you sell it to another adventurer, or you buy a job from another adventurer, or you trade a job with another adventurer or adventuring party, that is taken as an offense to the guild. We have our ways of tracking job completions, and we have our other ways of tracking if a job is traded or if a job is interfered with. Next, breach of contract compensation. If you fill a job you have accepted, you must pay compensation for the breach of contract, two times the amount of the job reward compensation. So if a job reward is, let's say, for example, 30 silver, then if you fail the job, then you will be required to pay 60 silver as compensation for failing the job. Repayment period is half a year if compensation is not paid. Adventures Guild qualification will be revoked. And of course, with the revocation of your guild qualification, you will also not be eligible to re-register with the guild. All right, rank promotion. With regards to your rank, seeing as you're starting from rank G, rank promotions and demotions, it's possible to raise your rank by succeeding a regulated number of jobs. However, if you feel that your ability isn't up to standard, it is possible to remain at your current rank as well. If you fail a certain number of jobs in succession, so these are consecutive job failures, you will be demoted by one rank. If you continue to fail for your job, you will be demoted to the lowest rank until your guild credentials are revoked. Obligation. In case of that country, or should I say, in this case, a city, in case a city is under attack by monsters and a request for assistance is made from the guild, you have an obligation to obey. Meaning, if Loran Academy were to be attacked by a horde of monsters today, if an if the state of Loran Academy asks the guild for help, then all adventurers within the purview of the guild is required to participate in the subjugation of these monsters. Any other questions? Hello?
What if
Oh,
what if
sorry.
the
Mhm.
what if the quest that I may be partaking in ends up not allowing me to assist the city?
If
Like
you are
a guarding quest.
if you are currently under a quest of guarding individuals, that would be justifiable excuse as to not participate with the emergency request of the city. However, should this individual give you pardon to participate in the helping the city, then you are required by the guild to participate.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Would there be anything else that I can help you with?
Where is quest?
The blue-haired girl like points to the boards. You can see several boards lined up to a corner of the guild from S to A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
I place a piece of bear meat in front of her and leave towards the quest board.
All right. So the blue-haired girl takes a look at the bear meat that's been left to her counter. And with that, we'll switch over to Sai. So, Sai, what you doing?
Good question.
Uh-huh.
After leaving the Artisan Guild, I Just take a stroll around town, see what people are talking. Maybe there's some rumors. What's the news? Who pissed on whose leg? You know, city talk.
All right. So you walk around town. Roll me a perception check.
What have I done?
Then you just walk around town and you hear like various things. So you walk around town and you hear things like there's development research of new magics happening. There's good food at the uh, Gold Bears Inn. There's also a fight that's gonna be happening in the arena by someone named Simgar. There's also a few rumors flying around of the headmaster of the academy traveling to s- the floating island of Avis. This will be their third attempt at trying to get to the floating island. Um. Oh, I didn't notice that perception check. Sorry. All right. And for other things, that's about it. Um, you hear someone just used an axe to break down a wall of marble. Uh, but yeah, that's about it.
Well, I then would probably make my way over to the tavern. Slow but steady.
All right, you make your way
Making my
to
way.
the tavern, and as you enter the tavern, you see various individuals drinking. So inside the tavern, you see the barkeep, who is now drinking a mug of what looks to be mead, here and there as he's serving up the customers around the bar. You see what looks to be several orcs drinking uh, around the table. You see what looks to be several female elves that are they seem to be like toasting wine, celebrating something on one table. You see another table with you remember to be Jenny and Beef. They're both in another table. Jenny appears to be slumped over, unconscious. And on another table, you also see like two bearded men, like they are glaring at each other. Around them are several barrels and
Are they
four
dwarves?
other bearded men. Yep, they're dwarves. They're dwarves. Four other bearded
Well,
men are like slumped over one of them is slumped over a chair, another is slumped over a barrel, another one is like on top of the table, and the other one is like on the floor. These two are just glaring at each other. And after a few seconds, both of them begin like chugging more booze.
it's two drinking, and how many else are there around, like dwarves in general?
There were six dwarves.
I will just take an empty mug and casually walk over to the dwarves, and in perfect dwarvish, basically be like, "Oh, hello, my friends. What are we toasting to today?"
What? Oh, what are we closing to today? Yeah, the one of the dwarves looks at the other. Huh? We're celebrating this guy's marriage. He got married today. So
Oh, I bet
before the
it's a
wife
lovely
stops him
wife.
drinking. Sorry, what did you say?
What was marriage gift? How big was the eggs?
Oh, the eggs were rather large. Yes, they are. beautiful with
Oh,
great designs.
gotta be true man to gift such an axe.
Well, it's more for decorative uh
Oh, of course.
purposes.
But you're
We
still not
don't
shying away to have it used someday on occasion, special occasions, you know.
it'll be
I quite
used
know my way.
for sorry, what do you say?
I know my way around your customs, even
Hmm.
if I don't look like it.
Ah, you are raised by a dwarf?
Yes, you might have heard of him.
Hmm. Okay. Then you drink. We drink too. And then
We'll
he
be happy
proceeds to
married.
pour
Come.
you he proceeds to pour your booze on your mug. Let's go. Cheers, brother. And he drinks.
Cheers. I drink too. And I do not pull my mug down until he does.
All right. And you see like this dwarf just like he polishes off the mug. Like he finishes that drink and then he pours himself and his companion another mug of booze, and he notices that you've finished uh like slightly after him, and he smiles like this wide smile that means that, oh, you know, like you know their customs. He like at first he didn't believe you, but now that like you've finished drinking, he's like smiling widely as he pours you another drink. All right, let's go to Maximilian. It's been a
Yep.
few hours. What you doing?
Uh, Dinner finished. Nothing happened. Rested for a bit. I had a little wee nap. Um, Step outside.
Mm-hmm.
Just go explore the surroundings.
All right, so you step outside of the inn, you explore your surroundings, you see like this is not that large of a city, but you see the bar. That's called Luthien Booze. You see that the inn um you were from was called the Golden Bear Inn. You pass by the Adventurers Guild at some point, and you also pass by the Artisans Guild. Um, and basically, like the city is just bustling. You pass by rather a few shops. You see a weapon shop, what looks to be an armor shop. You see the entrance to what looks to be an arena, and from inside, you stop, and if you were to stop and listen, the arena seems to be packed. It looks like someone is going to be having a fight. Someone named
Okay.
Timgar is going to be having a fight, and yeah, that's about it. You also pass by a market that'll be selling fresh fruits. Are you looking for
Okay.
something specific?
No, just being touristy, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have left Travis and Hoot in the room,
Yep.
and going on, just going with how you name thing. The first thing was a tavern, so I probably would walk in and listen
Mm-hmm.
to the cheers of that particular crowd,
Yep.
and just have a look. And if it's beneath my standard, I'll leave.
Well,
I'm not having high hopes.
so the day has passed quite a bit. So it's now the afternoon.
Okay.
Like the morning has passed. It's now the afternoon. It's around like maybe 1 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So the bar has a bit emptied out a bit. So when you go inside the bar, you see actually the first thing you would notice to a corner table, you would see your three companions. Uh no, your two companions, Jenny and Beast beside each other. Jenny seems to be passed out. Beast seems to still be drinking um what looks to be booze. And to one side you see dwarves all passed out. Well, except for one. And interestingly enough, Sai is there. And on the bar, you see the bartender is just polishing off like a wine glass. A few there's like an elf to the corner of the bar sitting by herself. And and yeah, the bar is a bit tad empty at this point in time.
Okay. What's the general aroma in the common room?
The general aroma of the bar really is just that it reeks of alcohol, really. Like it's not exactly like the bad reeking of alcohol, but yeah, but like people have been drinking here for a while.
Right. But it's a mix of not necessarily like just wine or anything like that.
No,
It's a
it's a mix.
mishmash
It's a mishmash of like different kinds of like alcohol.
and
And
different quality thereof as well.
yes, exactly.
Okay. I'll walk over to where Jenny and Beath
Mhm.
are and just, oh, hey, fancy meeting you here. Is she
Oh.
okay?
I don't know. I can't wake her up though.
Hey, shake her shoulder. One more time. Hey,
Nope. Silence.
okay.
Hey.
I want to check how she is. Could I do medicine?
Yeah.
Normal. But get the hell.
I
Okay.
mean, at best, and really, this is me giving you the benefit, giving you a bit. At best, you feel, at best you think that she's not, what's the word? At best, you think, you see that like she's breathing rather shallow. Like she's breathing, but it's not like the normal, like someone's just like passed out breaths.
So I would sense she's in distress.
Maybe, or maybe she's just like sleeps that way. Maybe. Like yes, you would sense that like she might be needing help.
Okay. Uh, why is it said I don't have any slots? Oh, okay. Um,
Eh, Actually, Jenny, let me do this. Sorry about that. There you go. Ooh, there we go.
Cure wounds 9.
And Jenny is all right. So as you do cure wounds, hmm, I mean, yeah. So you see, as
I'll
you cast cure wounds, you see Jenny just you Beef you watch as Maximilian casts this, and the both of you watch as Jenny's breathing like evens out. Now you know that like Jenny's just unconscious, not really.
Um, hmm. Well then, would you like to
Her,
sit with us, or
I won't stay too long. The air is weird here.
understandable? The tavern is not the most exciting place to be, enticing place to be for some people. I don't care for it much either, but some days I just need a drink.
I open my coat, pull out a handkerchief, and begin wiping the seat before I sit down.
So as you wipe the seat with your handkerchief, your handkerchief like picks up a bit of like grime,
Okay,
and yeah, it's all good.
I guess it could be worse. It could have stuck there. I'll just put my hand on Jenny just to make sure that she seems to be more relaxed, less labored.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's just relaxed and less labored. It's not you're not he you can see it's noticeably ha, sha, 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 noticeably like
Noticeably.
fine. Like it's not
Okay,
it's even out. Like Jenny's just is sleeping.
okay. Side question, DM. Do you consider alcohol as poison?
Depends on the icon. No, not really. But
Meaning,
Okay.
let
meaning if I do protection from poison or somebody is immune to poison damage, can they get drunk or not?
so at a certain point, so like if you're totally immune,
Hmm.
then I would say no. But if
Okay,
it's just poison resistance,
okay,
then eventually they'll get drunk.
okay,
So poison resistance does give drunk resistance. Got it.
okay.
Mm, mhm.
Because that varies from table to table. I just want to make sure how to make it this one. Okay.
Like if you're just
Uh,
like sipping booze, if you're just like drinking booze, I wouldn't really consider it poison. But at some point, if you begin
Yeah.
consuming a fuck ton of alcohol, then
If you chug down like a whole barrel of fucking
exactly.
wine,
Or
then
you request specifically a specific alcohol that's like has a high amount of like spirit content.
yeah, like that
you
full
know, like
glass that Jenny dripped.
Exactly.
Okay, good to know. I'll just sit down, just people watch for a bit.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So as you sit down to people watch, you watch Sai and like this dwarf like just drinking
We're
there.
just arm in arm, shoulder on shoulder, singing dwarven battle
Uh-huh.
songs,
Like they're joyful.
side to side.
They're joyful. And then if you were to glance at the bar, you would see this like elf. So a better description of this elf is like they look uh this elf with white hair, bluish white hair that's just like flowing to her back, and she's just sipping from a wine glass. Curiously, if you take a look at your side, the wine glass that's like with Jenny, like in front of Jenny, you would see that it's the same wine glass with the same translucent white, translucent like liquid, and just she's just slowly sipping it as just she's shaking her head at the antics of the of Sai and the dwarf before she looks at the barkeep who then pours her um another glass.
Okay.
All right. And with that, Theseus, what you doing? Actually, wait, for Theseus, um, the receptionist as you like leave the piece of meat in front of her counter, she just looks at it and then like carefully with her hand she picks it up and then she looks at like the counter like directly to her left at the pink haired girl and with a deft like flick of her wrist she tosses it to the pink haired girl who then catches it with her gloved hand and takes it out to the back room. So, Theseus, if you're back, what you doing? Is he back? Yes.
He
No.
just
Uh,
he just puts himself in mute, so
Mm. All right.
he's typing.
So he's not back.
like
Make not make not working.
Mic not working. Okay.
here we go again.
It's contagious.
Please no. All right. But yeah, the recording of this session is gonna be very weird.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello. There
Yeah.
we go.
Relive.
I had to switch to my phone.
Why a
What
computer not working?
works.
But yeah, I go over to the G rank quest board and look at the quest.
All right. So the G rank quest board. Give me just a moment. Okay, so the G rank quest board is a bit empty. Give me just a moment. Whoops. Okay. Here we go. Sorry, wrong document. Here I go. Okay. Uh, so you look at the G rank quests. One of the quests is to hunt down rats in the basement of a building in the markets in the city. Another quest is to find a missing dog. Another quest is to ooh. Another quest is to yeah, I forgot about this quest. To go to Pyro Plateau and deliver a sword. Another quest is to investigate a ghost inside an abandoned building. Another quest is to gather worms for the fields, for a field outside the academy. Another quest is to catch chickens that have escaped a cage and is now roaming the city. Another quest in the board is to get a goblin's tooth sold by a cheap, well, according to this, a cheapskate merchant. And that's about it. compared to like the
None
other
of them,
question. Sorry.
none of them look interesting to me, so I just leave the guild and decide to head towards the tavern.
All right. So, Theseus, you head towards the tavern, and in the tavern, as you enter, so you see your companions to one table. You see Jenny passed out. You see Beef beside Jenny, and you see Maximilian also at the same table. On the bar, you see the bartender pouring an elf girl um, another glass of wine. And on another table, you see four dwarves slumped over, and Sai and this other dwarf, like arm in arm, locked arms, and they are just merrily singing.
I
I'm
decide to go sit next to the elf girl.
oh,
Of course you would.
Someone would.
all right. Next, I all right. Theseus, you sit beside the elf girl.
I
Uh,
take a look at what she's drinking.
So you take a look at what she's drinking. She's drinking from what looks to be a wine glass, and inside that wine glass, contained within that wine glass, is what looks to be translucent liquid. It looks like water, but it's not really water. It's more so that it's not yeah, it's not fully transparent. It's more like if you've seen sparkling water, that's
Yeah,
that's more like what it looks like.
I gotcha.
hmm And
I look at her and
yeah,
yeah,
sorry. Yeah, so as she drinks, she notices you like looking at her, and then like seemingly on a whim, she places the glass down and then gestures for the bartender to give you one. And with that, the bartender offers you a wine glass similar to hers.
how much bear meat do I have left?
Depends if you distributed it on the street.
Bear meat for
Uh,
There you go.
everyone.
There you go. There you go.
so I've never really gave you like an actual number last time.
No, you
Um,
didn't.
Well, a whole bear has a lot of fucking meat.
Do
yeah,
I at
but
least
like
still have two pieces?
they basically almost destroyed like fucking nearly everything in the bear. I'd say they got like I don't know, at most like 3 pounds of meat, and then from
Okay, so
how
I
many?
still have plenty of meat.
Yeah, like you'll get like what, give or take, you get like 20 steaks out of 3 pounds, right? Sorry, I'm Asian, and even then, even if I visited Europe, we also use kilos. So it's only really you Americans that fucking use pounds. So I don't know.
Yes, we know.
But yeah,
So I have about like 15 bear steaks left.
yeah, around that maybe, give or take. I mean, 3 pounds. You can, yeah, about if you cut them small enough. Like, how big is 3 pounds? But yeah, yeah, around that.
Okay, I placed one in front of her and placed one in front of myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at the wine glass and I chug it.
You know what to do, Nick. You know what to do, Thesis.
I know. And before you say I lose all my HP, I have relentless endurance. So I'm on 1 HP.
I mean, okay. I mean, yeah. Uh,
I survived this time.
yes, you do. So, um, Maximilian. So yeah, who's paying attention to Theseus? I'm curious.
Uh, like he's beside the lady that's at the bar, right?
Yep.
Okay. So from my vantage point, I'm able to see.
Yep. So, I'm just curious. What about Beef? You looking?
From where I'm sitting, I would not be able to see, so I don't care. I'm just sitting there drinking to myself.
Uh, oh yeah, you won't. Not from here. You know, yes yes you can.
Well, I can, but it's like, because what I'm thinking is like, he's on the other side of the table and is peering over the table. I'm sitting on this side of the table and looking at the wall.
So
Yeah.
like, okay. So he's like, you're looking at directly at the wall. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see that. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I technically could turn around, but like, Beast doesn't care about what's going on in the tavern. He just wants to sit there and drink.
Fair enough. But yeah, so you're looking here, and he's looking here. Yep. This one isn't conscious. Anyway. Okay. So, yeah, for Maximilian, you would see like Theseus just knock this wine back, and you see him like wobble and then wobble.
I'm halfway standing up.
Uh-huh. Like you see him wobble, but he remains like seated, surprisingly enough. And like the elf girl beside him like raises an eyebrow before just like shrugging her shoulders and looking at and focusing in front of her towards like the slab of meat that she's been presented with.
Can I see whether she looks disappointed?
From where you are,
Yeah.
roll me a perception check.
It's worth a shot. 10.
uh hmm like,
I
yeah,
can't tell.
let's do a 10. With a 10 you'd see that like she was curious as to what will happen to him, but like after a bit she seemingly just shrugs and then
Okay.
like focuses on the meat that's like in front of her.
Okay.
And if you're and as you're still watching, like she the barkeep gives her like a plate and then what seems to be a knife and a fork.
Okay.
And then
Just
she
keep my eye on
Mhm.
Thesis just to see if he wobbles down the stool or not.
Yep. So Theseus, the elven girl just takes her fork and then just like moves the meat over to the plate before cutting into it. After a bit, like she stabs the cut portion of the meat with the fork and lifts it to her mouth to eat. Hmm. Well, this is cooked well. She said. She says after a while, after like chewing for a while.
Spent all night cooking 3 pounds of bear meat.
3 pounds. Rather large for rather large amount of meat for just one person, don't you think?
Have you seen my size?
She looks at you.
Braggart.
She looks at you before just like nodding her head. Fair point. I can see you handle your liquor well as well.
Yes, even though I'm not really much of a drinker.
And if you're still paying attention, Maximilian, you would see that she was rather disappointed with the statement. She that her expression like flashes a bit of kind of like disappointment before she nods her head towards Theseus. Hmm,
Okay.
I see. Well then, would you like one more? She says, gesturing towards the bartender, who pours her another drink and then also refills Nixus's glass. Theseus's glass. Sorry, I am slipping. I am sorry.
Yes, trust me. If we keep doing this, I'm going to run out of bear meat. I would not like that to happen. So, only one glass for me, a bear steak for you. Good friends.
Hmm, disappointing, she mutters before she nods her head. A- And then with that, she like takes another piece of the bear meat and then eats it before drinking from the glass.
Maybe another night.
She nods her head. So, so after a bit, she finishes the meat before she also finishes her si- six glass of the well, from your count anyway, six glass of this wine before she turns to you. Well then, that meat was delicious. My name is Claire.
Nice to meet you, Claire. My name is Theseus. I used to live in the woods near here.
Theseus. Hmm, an interesting name. I remember someone named Theseus at some point in time. She smiles before she nods her head. You say you lived in the woods near here. Rather dangerous,
Yes,
don't you think?
well, if I didn't live there and hunt there, where would you get the bear meat from?
A butcher.
It's already cooked, fresh, and hot.
Hmm. Well, you'd find here in Loran Academy that we have a lot of ways to preserve meat.
I have a fancy bag.
A bag of holding, I see. She nods her head.
Yes, sirree.
Quite interesting for a hunter to have that kind of bag.
Keeps things fresh. It also helps me transport people that I have to sadly honor the deaths of.
Ah, yes. She nods her head. Well then, I must be going, Claire says as she stands up.
I'll be in the city for a few days, so if you need to find me, I'm in the inn nearby, room 207. Hear that? Or I'll be at the arena.
The elven girl nods. The elven girl nods her head before she walks out of the tavern.
I
All
go
right.
straight to our party members' table and just lay on the table, exhausted.
All right. So Sai. After a while, like the dwarf, ja- like bids you farewell. Like he's done for the day. He looks at his companions before shaking his head. Ah, the barkeep will clean them up later. As he just also bids you good, he bids you goodbye and then walks out of the bar.
Make sure to remember the name Cy Windforge.
I'll be sure to remember. He nods as he walks away.
I pass out drunk.
All right. So, Theseus walks towards the table. What are you guys doing?
You okay there?
I feel
I'm
like I almost died.
You look like you almost died.
I can use my key to heal myself up a bit if needed.
do not eat your fucking key again.
It's not food.
Energy, not actual key.
And
Oh,
at this point, you're recovered enough to like be conscious, Jenny. Sorry about that.
Jenny did not get to play for a while there.
mhm.
Sorry. But like, fair to be fair, it took a bit for Jenny to be healed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't have a fucking healing spell, and I don't think B would have cared even if he had one.
Fair, but yeah, there you go. Anyway, but yeah, Jenny's now conscious. So for the three of you, Jenny just is slowly gaining consciousness.
I move the glass that's in front of her away from her.
I
You
was half
alright there,
expecting you to
champ?
drink it. Sorry.
You alright there, champ?
Mm-hmm. That's you should try some of that. It's pretty. It's a
I
pretty.
can barely hold my liquor against two of these. You think if you think I'm gonna try that, you're crazy.
It tastes so
I-
good.
I drank a whole thing of it and I almost died.
You did.
I impressed and disappointed a lady today.
Well, that's a job well done. What do we say?
Oh, I didn't expect. How do I say this? Oh, right, I don't care. I wouldn't expect you to impress anyone, especially a woman.
That's kind of harsh.
Well, you gotta remember, one, Beef doesn't care. Two, Beef is drunk.
No, I know, but I'm saying that to Beef.
Yeah, I figured.
Mm.
Uh, uh,
I mean, you just survived like, and I look at the glass and what I can say, poison in a cup.
For most, one booze is enough to do anything. Unfortunately, I can't keep my shit together.
I think the outhouse is back there.
That's not what I meant. You. Whatever. And as B tops off his drink, he's like, "Alright, I'm heading home." And he just puts his cup and just walks out.
All
Do
right.
you need help getting back to the inn there, Lassie?
I'll be fine.
Not talking to you, talking to her.
Whatever. And then he's gone.
Okay.
I'll just pick up Sai and Jenny and carry them back to the inn.
That works.
I mean, I suppose that works. Yeah.
You're pressing across the stomach, they throw up as they go.
Like
This is
that.
like the Roman orgy bar.
I mean, that works, but yeah, I was about to say, like, how are you carrying them?
I mean, I have both of them thrown over my shoulders.
You're that strong?
I am a 6'2" orc
And?
with a powerful build.
No, I was just
I can
curious, like, how you were like carrying them.
I think it's sack of potatoes.
Sack of potatoes.
Certainly not Princess Carrie.
I would princess carry both of them if they were both knocked out, but
I mean, one of
Jenny's
them.
awake.
Well, Jenny is like barely conscious still.
Exactly. So they're just thrown over my shoulders as I carry them to their rooms.
All right, as you
I
throw them over your shoulder, yeah, I would not think you'd get out unscathed. Like you get a bit of vomit here and there as you like walk towards the inn. Like I'm not even going to have you roll for it.
As soon as you put me over your shoulder, there is a explosion striking the ground.
Huh? Oh yeah.
Out of character, I sneeze and cast Eldritch Blast.
thank God I stayed back 5 feet.
You instantly see me start running the second he does that.
And there we go. Theseus runs towards the inn, carrying yeah, carrying Sai and Jenny over his back, with Maximilian following while on a sedate pace.
Yeah, it's like maybe 10 feet behind.
All right, and with that, we are ending session 0.1.
Yay!
Okay, good, because I have been getting chewed out all day that I need to go do my shit.
Whoops, sorry.
Bathroom
Just go on
is
a
there.
toilet.
It's fine. It's fine.
Mm,
At least we left the forest.
yes,
We
you
did
did.
get out of the forest.
It was rather hard, like find a way to get you all to like be. Well, no. The thing is that like with a large city, there's no way for me at the moment, rather than a large scale thing that you guys are not ready yet to force you to be together.
Mhm.
And
I
so if some of us tried hard enough, we could just actually split the party.
well, if you really had just like tried to split the party, I would have found a way. There are
I
several
mean,
ways to
yeah,
get you, but yeah. But I
yeah.
just wanted to like have you guys explore the city and like have you wander around for a bit. So it was fun.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
All right.
Uh,
Well,
and with that, so for anyone who's watching the stream, bye.
Bye.
Ay, ay,
bye. So long. Farewell.
ay. All right.
Next time you stream this, I'm gonna tell my chat about it.
And then
I
stop.
have no clue how we all gonna get together and actually do shit.
Eh,
It just seems like everybody is like, yeah, I don't really want to do anything. Just fuck off.
Well, we just
I mean,
started,
that
so
that was
yeah.
I
definitely
mean,
Beath's role. Just fuck you. I don't care what's happening. I want to do my thing, and I don't care about what's happening. That was just Beath the entire day.